Chair Harrington, Commissioner Willie, are you with us?
I didn't realize my video wasn't on. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Clerk Moss. Do we have the recording going?
Madam Chair.
Great. Welcome, everyone, to the January 18th, Tuesday, 2022 Washington County Board of Commissioners meeting. Clerk Moss, roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Washington County Board of Commissioners also meeting as the Board of Directors for Clean Water Services and all other county service districts is now meeting this regular session, January 18th, 2022. Commissioner Rogers.
Here.
Commissioner Treese.
Here.
Vice Chair Willie.
Here.
Chair Harrington.
Here.
And I'll announce Commissioner Fye is excused from today's meeting.
Thank you, Clerk Moss. And before we get started, I would like to note a few things. First, I want to give our great staff, including our board clerk and other members of our staff, a big hand for all of the work that they've been doing. In the last week or so, we've had multiple additional meetings with legislative appointments, also a high volume of community input coming through email, phone calls, letters, including as of this morning for one of the ordinances. The board has been sent an additional packet of letters, 17 emails of written testimony with regard to Ordinance 883 and a letter of support for the Enhanced Sheriff Patrol District item later on the agenda. So thank you to our staff for all of your nimbleness and attention to all of these very important details. Since our packet was first published for today's meeting, we do have one additional item to the consent agenda. That is item 15, which adds a resolution in order to designate newspapers of general circulation in Washington County. So there are 15 items on today's consent agenda. I don't believe that I've missed anything else in the packet. Just want to look to the team to make sure. Okay, well then, with that, we will move to our first public communications section of our board meeting. This is an opportunity for any member of our community to come and speak to us for 2 minutes to share their information with the full board. Clerk Moss, do we have any folks signed up to testify today or wanting to in the meeting?
Yes, Madam Chair, we had 2 signed up and then we'll take additional hands. So the first is Nisha George. Nisha, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. Hi, I'm Nisha George. I'm at 16822 Northwest Better Drive. I'm here today to talk about updating land use code to protect taxpayers from gas station cleanup liabilities. 50,000 gallons of petroleum stored in tanks underground is a liability. When those tanks are built near groundwater, public parks, or wetlands, that liability can become a public disaster, causing taxpayers to foot huge cleanup costs. Oregon DEQ's 2021 report showed a 3% leak rate for underground storage tanks. Other municipalities across the country have updated their land use codes to limit this liability. In Rocky Hill, Connecticut, no gas station can be built within 1,500 feet of a public park or playground and many other public buildings. In Harper Woods, Michigan, it is 500 feet from any location of public assembly. The list goes on and on. And in Washington County, a gas station is being proposed by Lake Oswego developer Bob Barman, which will store 52,000 gallons of petroleum, less than 100 feet from the popular THPRD Rock Creek wetland, and just down the street from Bethany Lake. There is no land use code to stop this. Gas station cleanup can take decades and cost hundreds of thousands. According to Oregon DEQ records, a gas station abandoned by its owners in Yamhill, Oregon, has cost taxpayers over $500,000 in cleanup over the last decade, and the cleanup is still incomplete. We hope Washington County will take action to update land use code to protect taxpayers from the risk of gas station leaks. We look forward to seeing the commissioners take action on this issue. And all of the reference data I mentioned is available at postpump.org. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Madam Chair, we have Tom Black. Tom, can you hear us? Can you unmute, Tom?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi. Good morning, commissioners. I was reading through the agenda, and it looks like you have some boards and commissions that are going to have appointments. I wanted to bring your attention in particular to the FAC, where you have members in being proposed, but my concern is you have current members on the board that one of which I know doesn't work or live in Washington County, listed in District 4, representing that area. And you have another person who also serves on the Fair Board who's currently on the FAC. You already have positions on that board that are ex officio positions that represent the Fair Board, as well as the Board of Commissioners, and I believe the City of Hillsboro with the mayor of the City of Hillsboro. One of the other positions that's supposedly going to be filled with one of the appointments that's pending appears to be a de facto person representing the Washington County Visitors Bureau with Karen McCormick's vacancy. You have Dave Perullo, I believe is his name. I thought we were looking for diversity and inclusivity here. So my recommendation would be to try to fill those positions with citizens and not with de facto ex officio positions, as well as having citizens on those boards and not having duplicates from other boards that are associated with the FAC. I thought that was the goal, but you may be just rubber stamping it. My recommendation is you postpone that until you can find some other candidates that are possibly from other districts. It looks like District 4 is fairly heavily overrepresented on those two boards of the Fair Board and the FAC, but in particular the FAC that makes major recommendations for capital improvements to the Fairgrounds, or the West Commons as it's called currently. That's my recommendation to you, instead of just approving the current ones who are on the board, who are just the re-ups of the same old, same old. I call it flushing the estuary, getting more citizens involved and not having the same ones re-upped every single time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Would any other members of the public wish to provide public comment for this first opportunity? Not seeing any additional hands, Madam Chair. Oh, one more. Joshua, you had signed up for the public hearing. Did you want to make additional comments on a topic not listed on the agenda here?
I did not. I was going to make a comment on that public hearing.
Okay, yep, we will get to that and I will call on you at that point. Thank you. All right, no other hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Clerk Moss. So next on the agenda is our consent agenda. We have 15 items on today's consent agenda, 1 set of minutes, 3 items from Clean Water Services, 1 from our Juvenile Department, 1 from Health and Human Services, 1 from Housing Services, 1 from the Office of Community Development, 3 from Supportive Housing, and 3 from Land Use and Transportation, and finally 1 from the County Council's Office. What are the wishes of the commission?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Rogers, a second from Vice Chair Willie. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand or saying aye. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 4-0. The consent agenda is hereby adopted. Next, we will move on to the 5 different boards and commissions. First one being to the Fair Board. Today, we have a proposal to appoint Bob Rollinger and Mitch Nussbaumer to the Fair Board for 3-year terms ending December 31st, 2024. What are the wishes of the commission? We have a motion from Commissioner Willie. Do we have a second? A second from Commissioner Rogers. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 4-0. Next, we'll move on to the Fairgrounds Advisory Committee. We have a proposal here to appoint Deanna Palm, Jennifer Ricklick, and Dave Parulo to the Fairgrounds Advisory Committee for 3-year terms ending December 31st, 2024. What are the wishes of the commission? Do we have a motion? We have a motion to approve this. Do we have a second? We have a second from Commissioner Rogers. Thank you, Commissioner Vice Chair Willie and Commissioner Rogers. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 4-0. Next, we'll move on to a proposal to reappoint Julie Solomon and Joanne S. Truhaft for a second term ending June 30th, 2024 to the West Slope Library Advisory Board effective immediately. What are the wishes of the commission? We have a motion from Commissioner Treese, a second from Vice Chair Willie. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 4-0. Next, we're moving on to a proposal to appoint Robert Hurd, Stephen Berger, Comey Cullivar, Dr. Elizabeth Uno, and Philip Williams as members of the Homeless Plan Advisory Committee, each with terms ending December 31st, 2024. We have a motion from Commissioner Rogers, a second from Commissioner Treese. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 4-0. Whew. We're in the home stretch. We have a proposal here to approve changes to the Homeless Plan Advisory Committee bylaws. I had to catch myself for a second and make sure it wasn't another set of appointments. I just want to highlight that I'm assuming we don't have a staff report, therefore I'm giving a very brief summary that with the voter passage of the Metro Supportive Housing Services funding measure, we do have significant major resources helping us increase our service suite for managing homelessness here in our community, to reduce the number of folks who are experiencing chronic homelessness, as well as to help those who are at risk of entering homelessness. And with that, we are asking the Homeless Plan Advisory Committee to help take on additional tasks, to be another set of eyes for us, to examine the strategies and the implementations. And as such, we needed to ask them to evaluate their bylaws for what we're asking them to do with that. In addition, there are changes to enable subcommittees, as well as to make sure we have updated terms and language to be more intentional around equity and including racial equity, housing equity, and health equity in this work. And as such, we have this proposal to update the bylaws. What are the wishes of the commission with regard to this proposal? We have a motion to adopt these new bylaws from Commissioner Treese with a second from Vice Chair Willie. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand or saying aye. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 4-0. I'd like to thank all of our community members who have stepped forward, either in new positions or for reappointments, for volunteering your time and expertise for the benefit of the entire community, as well as to the Homeless Plan Advisory Committee for really investing the time to update the bylaws. Thank you. Next, we're going to move to public hearings. We have 4 different public hearings today, and we have had an extraordinary volume of input for these various items. So please bear with us as we step through staff reports as well as board discussion to make sure that we have the full benefit of understanding what we're voting on, as well as input from all aspects of our community. So first, we need to conduct a public hearing to consider the Enhanced Sheriff Patrol District Replacement Levy for fiscal years 2023, 2024 to 2027. And then we'll have some other actions related to that. Mr. Carr, I every now and then get a little apprehensive about some of these steps. We don't need a motion to open a public hearing, do we?
Not yet, no.
Okay, great. Well, first we're going to have a staff report on this subject, and then we'll move to a public hearing. So I'd like to welcome both Aaron Calvert, our Assistant County Administrator for all things public safety, as well as Sheriff Pat Garrett, in addition to our County Counsel, Tom Carr, and our great Communications Director, Philip Bramsford. Take it away, please.
Good morning, Chair Harrington, Commissioners, Sheriff Pat Garrett here. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. By way of introduction, my thanks to Aaron Calvert and Philip Bransford for today's staff report that does a very good job to summarize events leading up to today's meeting and public hearing for your consideration of the Enhanced Sheriff Patrol District Replacement Levy. Accordingly, I will be brief. Urban level public safety services in the urban unincorporated area are made possible by the Enhanced Sheriff Patrol District Levy. Voters have continued Enhanced Sheriff Patrol District services for over 33 years. It's worth noting the district now totals over 200,000 residents. We at the Sheriff's Office understand the importance of serving these large, diverse communities in a professional, compassionate way. We're honored for the opportunity, and our staff is grounded in an awareness these areas deserve our best. Key events leading to today's public hearing include, on August 24th, we partnered with the County Administrator's Office to provide you an initial ESPD planning presentation. Since then, your board conducted a public hearing about whether to renew the district and voted for its renewal. We conducted a digital community survey, followed by a voter survey. Both reflect support for ESPD services and their continuation, and were later briefed to your board. We had terrific help from Latricia Tillman's team at the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement, and from the Public Affairs team led by Philip Bransford and his fantastic folks. In further partnership with the Office of Equity and Inclusion, we hosted 2 community events about ESPD services. While billed as listening sessions, they were more accurately described as community conversations. And I thank you for being an important part of these discussions. We provided a briefing to the Public Safety Coordinating Council and the Enhanced Sheriff's Patrol District Advisory Committee. We invited the Sheriff's Office Latino Advisory Commission members to the October 2nd community engagement event and to take part in the community survey for those who live and work in the district. Last month, a levy replacement proposal was submitted to your board ahead of your January 4th meeting to consider the proposal. And that brings us to your meeting today and the public hearing. I will hand the baton to Mr. Carr. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Garrett. I'm here to walk you through the steps we're asking the commission to take today. May I have the next slide, please? So the requested action is to review and adopt the ballot title and explanatory statement and direct the election manager to place the ballot title and statement in the voters pamphlet and place this measure before the voters at the May 17th, 2022 election. So this is the formal step the board will take, if you so desire, to place this measure on the ballot. Next slide, please. So we have to comply with ORS 250.035. And under state law, a ballot title has 3 components: a caption, which is 10 words, a question of not more than 20 words, and a concise and impartial statement of not more than 175 words. The resolution order in your packet includes all of these three. Next slide, please. This is the draft caption which we are proposing to the board. It's very simple. Replace local option levy to maintain enhanced sheriff police response. This is 10 of the 10 words allowed. Next slide, please. This is the question. Shall patrol district maintain current level of police services by levying 83 cents per 100,000 assessed value for 5 years beginning 2023-2024? That is 20 of the 20 words allowed. State law also requires that we include the statement, this measure may cause property taxes to increase more than 3%. That does not count against the 20 words, but it is required by ORS 280.070. Next slide, please. This is the statement. I will not read it in its entirety. It's 175 words. It describes the services that will be funded by the levy. It includes the amount of 83 cents per $100,000 of assessed value. It states that it's an increase of 15 cents over the current $55 for an assessed value of $320,655. It estimates the revenue for each year of the levy and provides that information to voters. Next slide, please. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but those are the things that we're asking the board to approve today to place this measure on the ballot.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Well, I don't see any. All right. So with that, we will open a public hearing. Clerk Moss, do we have folks signed up to speak to us? And I also, excuse me for a moment, I would like to note that we just received a letter of support from the Enhanced Sheriff Patrol District ESPD Advisory Committee to urge us to take this action today.
All right,
Sorry,
you.
Clerk Moss.
Oh, perfect. We have Jessica Mayeki. If my apologies, Jessica.
Okay. That's
Please
Jessica
go ahead.
Miyake. Good morning, Chair Harrington and commissioners. You might hear my kids in the background. They have remote learning this week. My name is Jessica Miyake, and I'm a resident of Beaverton, and I live in the Washington County Enhanced Sheriff's Patrol District. I ask that you put the replacement levy on the ballot. I feel strongly that maintaining existing police service levels provides safer communities in our more populated areas. The replacement levy funding is essential for providing over 200,000 residents of Washington County with better livability through reform-minded, evidence-based practices, including advanced training in crisis intervention and de-escalation, adaptive policing, mental health-oriented response teams, which pair specially trained deputies and mental health clinicians to respond to people in crisis, deputies connecting people experiencing helplessness with resources, community engagement and outreach, rapid response to major crimes such as homicide, burglary, robbery, domestic violence, crimes against children and elder abuse, investigation of property and other nonviolent crimes like thefts, stolen vehicles, fraud, and vandalism, and traffic safety and enforcement. The residents of the ESPD get an excellent return in service for the amount of tax added by the levy. I firmly believe that the passage of this ESPD local option replacement levy will help maintain Washington County's reputation as a safe place to live. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica. Would any other members of the public wish to provide public testimony on this public hearing item? Please raise your hand. Not seeing any additional hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Clerk Moss. And with that, we'll close today's public hearing. So today we need to adopt the ballot title and explanatory statement and direct the elections manager to place the ballot title and explanatory statement in the voters pamphlet and to take this measure before the voters at the May 17th, 2022 election. What are the wishes of the commission? We have a motion from Commissioner Treese, a second from Commissioner Rogers. All those in favor of approving this, please raise your hand or say aye. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously 4-0. Thank you, colleagues. The next item on our agenda is one of 3 from our Land Use and Transportation Department. We have a ordinance number 865, and we need to start by asking for a motion to read ordinance number 865 by title only. We have a motion from Commissioner Treese, a second from Vice Chair Willie. All those in favor of reading this by title only, please raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously 4-0. Mr. Carr, could you please read this by title only?
Of course, Chair Harrington. Ordinance number 865, an ordinance amending the comprehensive framework plan for the urban area, the rural natural reserve plan, and certain community plans to reflect urban growth boundary expansion areas.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. And now we'll turn it over to our subject matter experts in land use and transportation, led by Director Stephen Roberts, for a staff report on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, good morning. This is actually your 4th hearing on this ordinance. As you'll remember, we've brought it before you several times before, but had been asked by Department of Land Conservation and Development to hold off acting on it until appeals of the urban growth boundary were resolved, and that now has happened. So we bring this back forward today for you, recommending adoption of the ordinance as it was filed. Todd Borkowitz is going to walk us through a staff report, and then myself, Andy Back, our Planning and Development Services Manager, and Teresa Cherney, Ag Principal Planner, are available to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, Chair Harrington and Commissioners. I'm Todd Borkowitz, Associate Planner in Community Planning with the Department of Land Use and Transportation. I'm here today to request adoption of Ordinance 865, making changes to county documents to address recent urban growth boundary expansions. Next slide, please. This ordinance is the county's action to transfer areas added to the UGB from the rural area to the urban area in advance of city planning and eventual annexation. You may recall that in 2020, the Planning Commission held 2 hearings on this ordinance and voted to recommend its adoption by the board once all appeals of the state's approval of the 2018 Metro UGB expansions are resolved. The board held hearings on this ordinance 3 times in September 2020, March 2021, and September 2021, voting each time to continue to a future date. In November, the Oregon Supreme Court denied the final petition for review of the UGB expansions, and in December 2021, December 2021, the Oregon Court of Appeals affirmed this denial. The appeal is therefore deemed resolved, and this ordinance can now move forward. Next slide, please. So first, a brief summary of this ordinance. It affects areas proposed by Beaverton, Hillsboro, and King City for UGB expansion. These cities submitted concept plan proposals, which the board acknowledged, and Metro Council and the Land Conservation and Development Commission, or LCDC, approved. Next slide, please. These areas went through the standard UGB expansion process. A 4th was brought in under special conditions. They include Beaverton's Cooper Mountain, King City's Beef Bend South, and Hillsboro's Witch Hazel Village South. In addition, West Union Village Square, which is shown at the top of this map, was brought in to alleviate a health hazard from a failing septic system. Included here is the acreage and projected housing for these areas. The expansions encompass just over 1,900 acres with planned capacity for over 7,900 homes. Next slide, please. Once UGB expansions are approved and acknowledged, the county must protect these areas for future urbanization by limiting uses and densities until comprehensive planning is done in the areas annexed to a city. The need for this ordinance is codified in state and regional and county policy frameworks, including Oregon statewide planning goals and Metro's urban growth boundary management functional plan. At the county level, the Comprehensive Framework Plan contemplates application of the Future Development 20-Acre District designation, or FD20, to all newly added urban land in order to protect and retain it for future urban density. The Community Development Code identifies allowed and prohibited uses and development standards in the FD20 district. Next slide, please. Based on comp plan requirements, this ordinance moves the new UGB expansion areas from the rural to the urban plan areas. It would change multiple comprehensive plan elements, including the Rural Natural Resource Plan, the Comprehensive Framework Plan, and 4 community plans. Changes generally include removing rural land use no longer applicable to each parcel and adding the FD20 urban land use designation, and then transferring mapped Goal 5 resources from the rural to the urban area in the relevant community plan. Next slide, please. The primary UGB expansions are currently comprised of up to 4 rural land use designations, primarily for agriculture and forest use. Each of these areas also contain Goal 5 resources that will be transferred. Next slide, please. The FD20 district allows some different uses at different levels of review, depending on the use's intensity, but uses are still limited because it is intended as an interim holding district until areas are annexed by cities. Farming is still an allowed use and can continue until the area is ultimately developed. FD20 would also prohibit some minor uses currently allowed in rural areas, including auto wrecking yards, feedlots, and recreational marijuana facilities. Next slide, please. In summary, Ordinance 865 aims to meet established protocols for the UGB expansion process, reclassifies land from the rural area to the urban area, and applies the FD20 designation and transfers but maintains Goal 5 resource protections. Next slide, please. At the 2020 Planning Commission hearings, some property owners requested that the current land uses continue and had questions about tax implications. One property owner asked that the effective date of the ordinance be delayed for the property until nearer to when the city would annex it. Tax implications are not a land use and not usually part of the deliberations, but staff provided residents information from the Department of Assessment and Taxation and recommended that individuals contact A&T directly about specific tax implications. Prior to the Planning Commission hearings, the Department of Land Conservation and Development requested the county continue the ordinance until all appeals of the LCDC order approving the UGB expansions were resolved. Next slide. The Planning Commission voted 5-2 to recommend to the board approval of Ordinance 865 contingent on resolution of the appeals. The board voted to continue the hearing 3 times in anticipation of the resolution of the appeals. And as highlighted earlier, all appeals have now been exhausted and this ordinance can move forward. Next slide, please. As a companion to this adoption, the board is also asked to approve the findings in support of this ordinance. Changes made through Ordinance 865 comply with Metro Title 8 and 11 and policies of the Regional Transportation and Comprehensive Plan. Notification and public hearings occurred as required by state and local regulations, and amendments are also consistent with state law and statewide planning goals, particularly goals 3 and 4 for agriculture and forest lands, goal 10 for housing, goal 12 for transportation, and goal 14 for urbanization. Next slide, please. So staff's recommendation for the board today is to conduct the public hearing, adopt Ordinance 865 as filed, and as a separate action, adopt associated findings. Next slide. And that's the end of our presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to open a public hearing. This will be our 4th. Clerk Moss.
Madam Chair, it looks like we had no one sign up in advance, but we have one hand. Tom Black, please go ahead.
Morning again. Just curious, with with this passage, a potential passage of this ordinance, then does this fall into the 5-year review of the 50-year plan of the Metro's urban growth boundary expansion? And how many acres are potentially on the chopping block, so to speak, that we're going to be transferring from undesignated or farmland to potentially urban growth? That's my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Black. I would refer you to the staff report that accompanies this ordinance and ask that Clerk Moss provide your contact information to our staff so that they can follow up with you. Thank you. Clerk Moss.
Would anyone else like to provide public testimony on Ordinance 865? I'll give you just a moment to raise your hand. Not seeing any additional hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we have we've read the ordinance by title.
Move for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. With a second from Vice Chair Willie, we have a motion to adopt ordinance number 865. Clerk Moss, roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did see, as I was closed out public hearing, we did have one additional hand, so it'd be proper just to take that real quick. So
we'll suspend. Well, wait a minute. We'll suspend the motion at the moment, and I will reopen the public hearing.
Let's go ahead. Can you unmute and give us your name?
Eric Oyala.
Right.
My question is, there's a lot of islands of unincorporated Washington County within incorporated Washington County or incorporated areas. Why are these specific areas being proposed to be incorporated?
So if I could clarify, sir, this is an action for us to realize the UGB expansions that Metro made a decision on back in 2018. Due to appeals here in the state of Oregon, we were asked by the state to delay the required actions placed on us to effectuate that urban growth boundary expansion here within Washington County. So we suspended our activities on that. The state courts have heard all of the appeals and have decided to affirm the original UGB expansion action. So we're picking back up and having the required public hearing to do the required work to effectuate or put into effect the Metro UGB expansion decision for those areas here in Washington County. It does not affect the annexation of properties into any cities, though by policy at Metro, we are required to ensure that those areas will, before they are developed, be annexed into the adjoining cities, at least in the case of Beef Bend South, I believe, as well as Cooper Mountain and Witch Hazel Village South. Thank you very much for your public testimony today.
And thank you for that pause, Madam Chair. And I'll just use this as a reminder for our other public hearings. If you could please, I will call on the ones who pre-registered and then open it for all others. So if you could please raise your hand at that time so we can make sure we get you before we close the public hearing. So thank you for that. And Madam Chair, back to your motion on the table.
Okay, and with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second to adopt ordinance 865. Clerk Moss, if you could take the roll, please.
Yes, I can, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rogers.
Aye.
Commissioner Treese,
Aye.
Vice Chair Willie,
Aye.
Chair Harrington.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes. And with that,
Madam Chair, I'd move to approve the findings.
we have a motion to adopt the findings for ordinance number 865. Do we have a second? We have a second from Vice Chair Willie. All those in favor of adopting the findings? Thank you. Please raise your hand that you've done. Any opposed? That motion carries, as well as the motion to adopt ordinance number 865 unanimously 4-0. All righty, we will move on to the next ordinance, ordinance number 882. Do we have a motion to read this ordinance by title only? We have a motion from Commissioner Rogers, a second from Commissioner Treese. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand. And I can see you all in squares. Okay, thank you. The motion carries unanimously 4-0. County Counsel Tom Carr, if you could read this ordinance by title only, I'd appreciate it.
Ordinance 882, an ordinance amending the transportation system plan element of the comprehensive plan relating to an extension of Tile Flat Road.
Thank you. We'll move next to a staff report from our great land use and transportation experts.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Aaron Wardell is actually going to present the staff report on this item, and then again myself, Mr. Back, Aaron, and Steve Kelly are all available to answer questions that you have at the conclusion of the staff report. And with that, I'll turn it over to Aaron.
Thank you, Stephen. My name is Aaron Wardell, and I am the Principal Transportation Planner here for Washington County. Next slide. We are here today to talk about ordinance number 882, an extension of Southwest Tile Flat Road. We'll start with a brief overview of our transportation system plan and project process. We'll then provide an overview of a variety of different studies that inform the development of this ordinance today. We'll describe the proposed amendments and then end with staff recommendation. Next slide. I want to start by talking about our transportation system plan and its role in how we build our transportation system. So as you can see on this graphic, that first blue chevron, the first step in building our transportation system is identifying the need for a transportation system, the general mode, function, and location of what that facility need may be. So our transportation system plan is intended to reflect our best understanding of our needs 20 or even more than 20 years into the future. It's a long-range look at what our needs may be. Once a project is identified in the transportation system plan, we then move into these other steps of building our transportation system. So once we've identified it in the plan, we can look at prioritizing our limited funding. We then look at how to implement the project, meaning we do a specific analysis of engineering alternatives. And then finally, we do our detailed final project design refinement, and finally project construction. So it can be a long process. We have projects identified in our transportation system plan that were identified in our first transportation system plan back in the 1980s that have not yet moved through the rest of these steps of prioritizing our limited funding. So for today's discussion, we are at the first step, looking 20 plus years in the future. What are our long-term needs? Next step, or next slide. Thank you. A number of different long-range transportation studies and community planning informed the development of this ordinance before you today. The city of Beaverton has conducted their South Cooper Mountain and their Cooper Mountain comprehensive planning and concept planning work. The city of Tigard has done the same for the River Terrace growth area. The county conducted the Cooper Mountain Transportation Study and the Urban Reserves Transportation Study. And we have an ongoing study underway through the city of Tigard known as River Terrace 2.0. This is a project by the city of Tigard to request of Metro another urban growth boundary expansion for additional urban reserves around the city of Tigard. So we'll talk more about these in the next slides. Next slide. So the South Cooper Mountain study was prepared by the city of Beaverton for their growth area of South Cooper Mountain. And as a part of that study, they looked at the Cooper Mountain area and the North Cooper Mountain area as well, and identified long-term transportation system improvements that would be needed in order to support this growth. The Tile Flat Road extension was shown in Beaverton's graphics because they identified a significant need for more transportation system resiliency and redundancy. And you can see the Tile Flat Road extension in this graphic. It's the dotted orange line in the bottom part of the screen connecting existing Tile Flat Road over to Bull Mountain Road. There have been a number of different plans around the Cooper Mountain area. So again, South Cooper Mountain was planned by the city of Beaverton. South Hillsboro, which is slightly out of this graphic, was planned by the city of Hillsboro. And then city of Tigard has done the River Terrace area planning. Washington County initially responded to these studies through our issue paper in 2015. We had a number of transportation system plan amendments coming out of those. And then your board is considering some of the others through a engrossed Ordinance 881 later this month. Next slide. So the Cooper Mountain Transportation Study was the county's opportunity to take a look at the different concept plans being prepared by the cities and think about the cumulative impact of all of those growth areas on the Cooper Mountain area. Through that study, we identified a number of places where we could consider new transportation facilities or changes to existing transportation facilities in order to support the amount of growth we're expecting to see in this area. One of the challenges of Washington County has to do with how our urban area is shaped. It's essentially a crescent around the rural area, and the areas that are being added to the urban growth boundary are around that crescent edge. So we see increased traffic and travel demand for our rural facilities because of this urban growth. So the Cooper Mountain Transportation Study was an opportunity for us to really look at what are some feasible solutions given the constraints and the challenges we're facing. We identified a number of different improvement concepts. On the graphic you're seeing on your screen, concept D, so down near the bottom of the graphic, is where the tile flat extension would be. The blue area underneath D is the urban reserve area that City of Tigard requested to Metro to have added to the urban growth boundary. That request is sitting at Metro now. We expect that the Chief Operating Officer of Metro will make a recommendation to Metro Council next month, and then Metro Council will take action on that request sometime later this year. The beige colored areas that are a little bit to the west and the south are what are known as rural undesignated or rural no designation. We call them undesignated areas. When House Bill 4078 set Washington County's urban and rural reserves, they left a number of areas as undesignated. And that was done for a variety of different reasons. But one of the reasons was to allow for the jurisdictions to continue to do transportation planning within those areas. And our understanding is that that's why these two areas were left as undesignated at that time. Next slide. So continuing from the Cooper Mountain Transportation Study, Washington County embarked on the Urban Reserves Transportation Study. So the Cooper Mountain Study looked specifically at the urban reserves around the Cooper Mountain area. The Urban Reserves Transportation Study looked at all of the urban reserves in Washington County and came up with a comprehensive set of recommendations based on all of those areas. We produced an infrastructure analysis summary report, an infrastructure funding toolkit to provide to our city partners as they think about how to provide infrastructure to these urban reserve areas as they're added to the urban growth boundary. And then we recommended a number of county transportation system plan amendments to support that growth. We also conducted engineering feasibility analysis so that we had a general idea of where to locate some of the proposed TSP amendments. So 3 of those improvements were proposed in Ordinance 881, which again, your board will see the engrossed version of later this month. 2 of the improvements are being considered separately by Ordinances 882, the one we're holding the hearing for right now, tile flat, and then 883, which is our next public hearing. The reason these 2 were filed separately is because they are rural roadway changes to our transportation system plan, and they require an extensive amount of technical work and additional findings that we don't have to do in the urban area. So it was easiest for us to manage that through filing them as separate ordinances. Next slide. So this slide talks about River Terrace 2.0, which is City of Tigard's concept planning for their proposed urban growth boundary expansion area. City of Tigard came before your board last year to present their planning work and ask for a letter of support from the board. The county is the transportation service provider, one of the transportation service providers for city expansion areas. And so we coordinated with them pretty heavily as they went through this concept planning process. They are preparing a master plan for this entire area. It is over 500 acres and it's estimated to have about 4,500 homes when it is complete. There was extensive collaboration with major property owners and community members as a part of Tigard developing this plan, and they created a detailed set of implementation and funding plans for the area. So as I said on a previous slide, they proposed a mid-cycle UGB amendment to Metro, and we should hear the decision on that sometime later this year. The board also took action last year on Tigard's urban planning area agreement through ordinance number 879. That urban planning area agreement contained specific reference to the need to include the Tile Flat Road extension in their comprehensive plans. And you can see in the graphic here that the Tile Flat Road extension is included. It's a green line designated as number 1, kind of in the top left. So they are including it in their concept plan graphics. Next slide. So the proposed ordinance before you today for the Tile Flat Road extension would do 2 things. It would extend Tile Flat Road as a future collector roadway south from Shoals Ferry Road to connect at Bull Mountain Road. This is generally within the urban reserve area that City of Tigard has asked to have included. However, there is a small area of rural undesignated right at the intersection of Tile Flat and Shoals Ferry Road. So that will not come into the urban growth boundary later this year. We are also proposing to add a refinement area south of Bull Mountain Road connecting down to Beef Bend Road, rather than drawing a line in our transportation system plan. The reason staff are recommending this as a refinement area is that while we have identified the need for a future transportation facility, there are a number of constraints at the intersection of Beef Bend Road and Roy Rogers Road on the west side. We have the National Wildlife property there. We have additionally a property that City of Tigard has purchased for a future park. And with the City of King City conducting planning for their Kingston Terrace area, and then Tigard doing the concept planning for their urban reserve area, we identified that there could be changes to that intersection on the east side of the road. So until those conversations are complete, we weren't prepared to draw the line yet. We do have all of the findings prepared to do that at some future date when we know a little bit more specifically what's happening at that intersection. So this is something for us to consider down the road. Again, this is a very long-range improvement plan to our transportation system plan. We envision that once Tigard is successful in the urban growth boundary expansion, they will enter into comprehensive planning. Having this line in our transportation system plan gives us the ability to make sure that it's included as Tigard goes through with their comprehensive planning efforts and identifies funding for these future improvements. But we don't necessarily expect it to be built until that urban level of development starts to occur within the area, with the exception of that small segment in the undesignated area that may need to be built to support that urban development, even though it will still be outside the urban growth boundary. Next slide. So I've started to address this question already, which is the why now? This is a long-range transportation improvement. Why are we proposing it today? The answer is that this ordinance, adding this to the transportation system plan at this time, helps us to inform the design and the sizing of our overall transportation system plan. We are considering our long-range future travel needs and accommodating these future urban growth boundary expansions. It provides us the certainty that we need to continue to work with the City of Tigard as they move forward with their plans. And it is consistent with the urban planning area agreement that we entered into with the City of Tigard last year. Next slide. So This property, or the land that we're talking about, as I've said, is both urban reserve and rural land that has not been designated as either urban reserve or rural reserve. The undesignated areas can be considered for inclusion in the urban growth boundary at some point in the future. And the rules state that that point is when 75% of the original urban reserves have been brought in. We're not necessarily close to that point yet, so we haven't yet brought in 75%, but it is feasible that at some point in our planning horizon, we could start looking at these undesignated areas for future UGB expansions. Because this is rural outside of the urban growth boundary, we are required to do what's called an exception in our staff report and analysis and findings. That means that there's a very specific set of criteria for when we can add roadways to our transportation system plan. And the staff report and the attachments that we prepared today respond to those specific criteria. Next slide. So we considered alternatives for this roadway extension, both outside the urban growth boundary and within the existing urban growth boundary. Considering other alternatives outside the urban growth boundary is pretty challenging. This area is very constrained by topography and wetlands, as well as by the shape of the undesignated and the urban reserves areas. It's a little bit like threading a needle trying to add transportation facilities to these areas to support that future urban growth that may occur. When we did the alternatives analysis, however, we showed such significant need for this additional transportation facility that it would be very impactful within the already developed urban area. As we're already experiencing, the intersection of Roy Rogers Road and Shoals Ferry Road is heavily trafficked and heavily congested. So providing for the system redundancy, again, as the area develops with even more homes, is pretty important for our overall transportation system. We did use the applicable criteria as adopted for our regional and Washington County motor vehicle level of service standard in order to conduct this analysis and identify the need. Next slide. So this slide talks about the goal exception specifically and the criteria for which we can make those findings. So Oregon has 19 planning goals, and each goal is accompanied by a specific set of guidelines and rules. Goal 12, transportation, is implemented by the transportation planning rule. It is one of the strongest and most robust in the set of rules that the state has established for us. And it includes specific criteria for concept plans and other land use amendments. It's really difficult for us to meet the requirements of the transportation planning rule without providing an adequate roadway system to serve our planned land uses. The ultimate goal of the transportation planning rule is to have a transportation system that meets your future land uses, and that's what we're proposing to do today. We do have specific criteria that must be addressed in order to take the exception for this rural extension, and our staff report responds to those. Next slide. A part of the exceptions analysis is conducting what's called the EC, the Economic, Social, Environmental, and Energy Consequences Report. And so this is contained within attachment A to the staff report. I'm sure that you noticed how extensive the staff report was for today. And this is why. It's because we have this very specific set of criteria that we had to address. But staff analysis, we believe, shows that we've met the criteria for taking this exception. Next slide. So the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this ordinance on December 15th. At that hearing, the Planning Commission made a motion to recommend approval of the ordinance, and that motion did not pass on a vote of 2-4. The Planning Commission did not make further motions, so there was not a motion to not recommend it either, but they did not approve the recommendation. They did not pass the recommendation to make an approval. The public testimony received at the hearing was opposed to the ordinance. The PC deliberations were robust and included viewpoints both in favor and opposed to the ordinance. In general terms, the testimony in favor agreed with staff that this is necessary for long-range planning in order to support orderly growth and system planning, specifically given that Tigard is already asking for most of this area to come into the urban growth boundary. But we also heard a number of statements in opposition, and those in broad terms were concern over environmental impacts of growth in this area, some concerns over the certainty of our growth forecasts, and then concerns about urban sprawl. The community testimony that we heard at the meeting fell into line with the statements in opposition, generally concerns about growth, urban levels of growth, and additional traffic in the area. Next slide. With that, the staff recommendation for today is to conduct the public hearing. Following the hearing, adopt Ordinance 882, extension of Tile Flat Road, and by separate action, adopt the associate findings by resolution and order. And that concludes our staff report.
Commissioners, do you have any questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Nope. Okay. So with that, we'll open a public hearing. Clerk Moss.
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have a person signed up to go first. Diane Fimelli. Dan, can you hear us? Can you unmute? I saw you were logged in twice to the meeting, so let's see. Can you hear us, Diane? We're not able to hear you, Diane, so we will move on and we'll try to reconnect with you. All right, next up, we have Brett M. Brett, can you please give us your last name and please go ahead?
Sure. For the record, my name is Brett Morgan. I work for 1000 Friends of Oregon, and I'm a resident of Helvetia here in Washington County. Thank you to the Washington Board of Commissioners for the opportunity to take testimony today on Ordinances 882, and I'll also be making some comments on Ordinance 883. And for the record as well, 1000 Friends of Oregon provided testimony on the 15th of December against the projects 882 and 882 planning projects. To give a summary of some of the concerns that are outlined in the letter that I believe we've submitted for comment, 1000 Friends of Oregon exists as a land use and planning organization designed to balance the needs of our urban communities and our rural lands, including our working farmlands, forest lands, and other working lands that are valuable to the core and the fabric of what we consider to be Oregon, the fact that we can go shortly outside our urban growth boundaries and access high quality forest lands, working lands, recreation facilities, and so on. So it was to great concern that we found out only a week before the Planning Commission vote that this project was being advanced and that there were a host of community concerns. As Goal 1 stipulates in the land use planning system, Goal 1 is community engagement, and many of the farmers and other folks that would be directly affected by this planning project have testified in opposition to the project, that they haven't been consulted, and that there would be extreme and detrimental uses to their farmland if the planning project was advanced. We'd also like to make the statement that this is an ongoing cycle. We continue to see a degradation of rural lands within Washington County, whether it be for roads or housing. And increasingly, we need to be looking at growing in and up and not growing out. One example I like to stipulate is that 25% of AM traffic on the west side is from traffic drop-offs for school alone. So automotive vehicle traffic is an unsustainable cycle, and we need to be looking for projects that can meet our community needs. And I would continue to again, raise the concerns of the local landowners and the folks affected by the project. And thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, and 1000 Friends asked you to vote no on 882 and 883. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brett. Next, we have Dan Lahr. Dan, can you hear us?
Hi, yeah, this is Dan. My name is Dan Lawler. I'm a staff attorney for 1000 Friends of Oregon. Thank you, board, for the opportunity to testify. Brett just summarized a lot of the policy concerns that we were worried about with this proposal. And so I just wanted to take a little bit of time to address more the legal side of things. So as you all know, the staff reports are very long, technical, and complex for this project. And to some degree, that's unavoidable because goal exceptions are very complicated. But we have had concerns from a lot of community members saying that navigating these staff reports is extremely difficult and that it's very hard to find any clear statements showing the actual specific transportation needs that justify the goal exception. And so under the administrative rule, OAR 660-012-0070, local governments are required to show that transportation need, and that transportation need needs to be shown in the transportation system plan. And so one of our main concerns here is that there's not specific enough information in the transportation system plan or the staff reports to show the need. And so I know that, there are, in the staff report, there's information saying that there's concern about congestion and wanting to alleviate congestion and traffic. But we are looking for specific numbers showing the amount of congestion right now on roads in this area, what the projected amount of congestion in the future would be, and then how this project specifically in quantifiable terms would reduce that congestion. And in the most similar case that we looked at, which is Central Oregon Land Watch versus Deschutes County, LUBA denied the proposed exception because the county relied on information outside of its transportation system plan and didn't use specific quantifiable numbers. So we would like to see that in the proposal. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. Go one more time to see if we can get Diane. Diane, can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. My name is Diane Famelli. The address that I have is 18124 Southwest Shoals Ferry Road. My husband and I own that piece of property, and it will negatively be impacted if Ordinance 882 is passed. It's a beautiful 11-acre lot just south of Shoals Ferry Road, which is the majority is forest deferral. It has a creek meandering through the full length of over 1,000 feet with wetlands and lots of wildlife. It's a real treasure of natural resources. Putting that large collector road through this area will greatly affect all of this. It would be crossing a creek, which can change drastically in a short time, depending on the season and the weather, affecting the wetlands and all the wildlife, not to mention the noise pollution and the air pollution impact. It doesn't make sense to put another large road only 1,000 feet south of Shoals Ferry Road, which connects up to Roy Rogers in such a short distance. And all their information shows that it will still bottleneck at Roy Rogers, and it will not solve the traffic problem. So why not just widen Shoals Ferry Road like it's been done east of 179th without such a negative impact to the ecosystem? They currently do not have funding for this project. It's not in the near future, and it's probably going to be 10 to 20 years before anything will be done. So why are we in such a hurry to pass this now? They haven't even addressed the geological concerns yet in the path of this road. Furthermore, the people that are directly impacted never received adequate time to look over this ordinance, which the staff report of 250 pages was only available 1 week before the first Public Planning Commission meeting. It doesn't.
Thank you, Diane.
So anyway, thank you. And I hope that you do not pass this ordinance at this time and find, have enough time to find another solution that will be less devastating to this natural resource.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any other members of public wishing to testify? This is your last opportunity to raise your hand. Not seeing any other hands, Madam Chair. You're on mute, Madam Chair.
Just takes a little time to find the little mute icon every now and then. And with that, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, do you have any questions for our staff subsequent to the public hearing? I'm not seeing any, but I do have a couple of questions. Whether it is addressed by our land use and transportation staff or by our county council, I will leave it up to you. I just hope that if you each give me answers, I need to make sure they don't conflict with one another before moving on. So the first one is, as some folks would like to see us oppose this action today, others would like us to delay today. So I'm wondering if you could please describe what the impact would be of delaying action on this matter.
Madam Chair, I'll take that one. As noted, these are long-range plan amendments, and there are no immediate plans to construct these roadways in the immediate future. So I would suggest that a delay in the ordinance adoption is not critical at this point. That said, these are difficult discussions because we are talking about something that seems quite far off in the future, but it is important that we plan appropriately for the future so that we don't preclude future opportunities. So all that to say, we could delay these two items. If we can pick a date certain in the future, we could continue the public hearing to that date and provide some additional information if the board desires it, and some additional information that may be helpful to community members too.
I agree with Stephen.
Thank you. My second question is particularly to Mr. Carr and perhaps to LUT staff. Do you want or need additional time to consider testimony that was raised today?
Sorry. I'll defer to Aaron and Andy. I think they're a little bit closer to this than I am in terms of the specificity of some of the comments that were raised, particularly maybe by 1,000 Friends. So I'll ask them to provide an opinion on that. Thank you.
Maybe I'll start and then Aaron can supplement. We've skimmed the information. We haven't read it thoroughly. We don't see that there's any information that is inconsistent with information we've gotten in the past. That said, there could be some value to look it over much more specifically and make sure that if the board wants to go forward, that we've addressed those issues in the findings that you ultimately adopt.
Well, Mr. Carr, I want to give you an opportunity here. Your tenure with us as our general counsel is just a matter of months so far, not years, and therefore with Oregon land use law. And while I know that your team for matters such as this does include long expertise in Oregon land use law, I just wanted to provide the opportunity to ask you and our staff if you want or need additional time. That's all.
Yeah, I don't believe we do need additional time. The arguments I heard or arguments were raised that, and again, not being an expert on land use law, I didn't hear anything that set me off and said we really need to redo this. It sounded like a different interpretation of the law. And I've got Jacqueline Saito, she's on watching the meeting. And the reason I was a little delayed was I was typing a question to her. If she disagrees, she can pop in and provide more expertise.
Well, and Clerk Moss is on the lookout for that to see if she raises her hand to signal that she has comment to make. So
thank you, Chair.
I'm just pausing for a moment, but it looks like we do have just a moment, Commissioner Treese. I'll come back to you. We'll let Ms. Sato share her information.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Chair Harrington and the Board of Commissioners?
Yes.
Good morning. So I just wanted to echo what staff has said and what Mr. Carr has said. There is no hurry in terms of making a decision today on the two ordinances that will amend the transportation system plan. There is always, I think, benefit to having additional testimony from people rather than less. And certainly the gentleman who provided the citation to the Luba case, that would be, I think, of some interest, at least for me, to take a look at and see if there's any bearing But in terms of public process, again, I would reiterate that we do not have the land use ordinance season anymore. So I don't think that there will be any impact in terms of postponing a decision from today. And that's all I have to say.
Go ahead, Commissioner Treese.
Thank you. By postponing the decision, we allow for more public review of this large document, is my understanding, and we may get additional public testimony in that regard. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks.
You don't need to hold another public hearing, though.
Okay.
Unless you amend it. This would be the final public hearing, although people could send emails with their commentary if you did delay it.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
Well, I guess my question would be, what new additional information would we discover by extending this, by delaying this decision, that would change our recommended action? It seems to me like our staff have done an extensive evaluation of this and are making a recommendation that we move ahead with this. So I guess I'm not favorable towards postponing a decision that has had an extensive amount of work done already, which would just create more work and probably come to the same conclusion. So I'm opposed to extending this decision.
So if I could, I was trying to allow for additional commissioner questions before I wrapped up why I asked that question in the first place. So we've heard testimony today about the release of a very large staff report and the Planning Commission public hearing on December 15th, which we know is a busy time towards the end of December. In addition, we've heard from our staff that they've only had the opportunity to skim and not necessarily read some of the information that was provided. And in addition, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Sato Moore, as well as Mr. Carr, I thought I heard Ms. Sato Moore express that it would be beneficial for her to have some time to review the LUBA reference. I was not suggesting that a delay in adoption of the ordinance would require an additional public hearing, rather to give our staff time to digest that information to see if any of the findings need to be updated or whatnot. And then as such, I would expect them to propose the appropriate process that we would need to then subsequently take action. That is all. So I'm still trying to get a clear picture from our staff, myself. Go ahead, Commissioner Treese.
Chair Harrington, I just want to underscore that that's what I thought I heard from Ms. Sato Moore as well. So I would be in favor of delay to make sure that staff had all the time that was needed to review those things. So that was my point. But no public hearing.
Go ahead, Mr. Beck.
I wanted to say we've chatted. We think if you did want to continue it, but I think we would be good with the first meeting in March. That works.
That's good to know. Thank you. Because one of the subsequent questions that I had was, well, how long is appropriate? And Mr. Roberts mentioned time certain, which I think is good. So I believe our first meeting in March is March 1st, 2022. I would also appreciate sharing a few of my own remarks if I could. We've heard a little bit of testimony here about the areas for which this planning work has been done. I know that the urban reserve decisions were very well considered through a lengthy process, and a considerable effort was made to weigh various options. Through my own experience in being open to all input, there was a big expression of defining those urban reserves, rural reserves, as well as leaving the undesignated areas that remain in rural zoning, to do so in an effort to save farmland. Also, there was a great deal of clarity that in moving forward with the urbanization of those urban reserve areas, that we need to make sure that we are not only planning, but providing adequate transportation connectivity. So we do have a need for reasonable transportation connectivity to serve those urban areas within Oregon requirements, and there are extensive requirements. My goal today is not to circumvent the work that has been done, but rather to support this planning effort and to ensure that the material that our decision will rely upon for any challenge is as solid as our staff and county council would want it to be. So through the course of our question and answer here, after the public hearing, I am hearing that a continuance of consideration of ordinance number 882 would be appropriate. So I will leave the floor open for commissioner discussion as well as any subsequent motions. Commissioner Rogers, I see you're unmuted. Please feel free.
Sure, since everybody's making remarks, I'll weigh in as well. You know, what's interesting is everybody's right on this in terms of development. Those of us who've been here a long time understand that the boundaries keep flexing and we're making people uncomfortable. We always knew that might happen. I happen to have on the walls of my offices pictures of the city of Tigard in the 50s and 60s, and it looks like farm area. It doesn't look like what you see today. And so I understand that people are uncomfortable. The reality is on this particular area that once the city of Tigard was given permission to move across Roy Rogers Road with development, it's a necessity, in my opinion, to figure a way other than back out to Roy Rogers to relieve that bottleneck of internal traffic that they have. This particular project is the only one that's going to give them that relief. As far as extensions of time, I guess if there's something new or we want to weigh in, I'm hearing that people are in favor of that. I'm not opposed to it. I would like to understand with more definition, and I think I got a little bit of that from the chair. We're just going to hear completion of the record, but honestly, I don't see a lot that's going to change. I feel badly for the people who have enjoyed a lifestyle that's being impacted, but frankly, Oregon has got lots of new residents. We don't have go home signs anymore like we did way back when, and people are coming, they need a place to live. There's as far as going to the urban core, we heard that comment, and the costs, if anyone wants to look at development costs, are huge when you start doing those developments in the urban core. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. We are. Take a look at the development. But it's not going to satisfy all the need. And so you're going to have this uncomfortableness, if you want to call it that. The other thing that it does to start placing markers on maps is that long after everybody I'm looking at on this particular session is gone. We'll all be off the commission. Staff will probably have moved to other positions. This will be developed, and we're going to set the plans today to see how that's going to be done. The Metro process, for those who you didn't observe it, was very thoughtful. It wasn't that, gee, we just need some land, where can we color a section of property? They were very thoughtful. They were trying not to leapfrog into other areas. They were trying to nibble at the edges. So I think the planning was solid. I think the conditions that were placed were solid. Now it's back to us. We can't say to the regional government, they don't put in roads. They're back to us to say, what are we going to do to make it work? That's where it's at, is can we make it work? And the only way we can make it work is through facilities like this that give us a circulation. There is no circulation without things like this. There is no other way to get out of here other than Roy Rogers, unless you want to start making that 6 lanes, which I don't think is going to make anybody comfortable. We're going to have these kinds of facilities. So I'm in favor of the facility. I think you have to have it. Would I like to have it? No, but if I could roll populations back to the 50s or 60s, that would be great too, but we can't. That's not a reality. So we've got to have it. And so I'm in favor of going forward, as Commissioner Willie is, but I would more than happy to stop and say, let's give more time if we can be a little more concise on what we're giving more time to do. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. I agree with you. My only concern is to make sure that we are adopting findings that Mr. Carr feels would serve us best in whatever may come before us. So that is my interest in pursuing this line of questioning. Mr. Carr, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I've had some additional time to confer with Ms. Saito, and we would prefer some additional time to incorporate direct responses to the 1,000 Friends comments into the findings. So that would be best for to help us uphold whatever decision the commission makes. So I would ask that if you can delay action on this until March, that you do so.
Okay, so the March 1st date that has been proposed is 6 weeks out, which, wow, okay. It sounds like a February date where February 22nd, February is a short month, would be 5 weeks out. But then I realized you have to have packets done, a week in advance and all of that. So 6 weeks may sound like a long time, but it really isn't. So, we've heard from our county council that their recommendation, based upon what we've heard today, is to have a motion to continue. Mr. Carr, would we continue the public hearing and consideration, or just the consideration of the ordinance?
I would just say the consideration of the ordinance. The public hearing is completed and closed unless someone makes a motion to reopen it.
Okay, terrific. I can't make the motion.
Madam Chair, I would let me attempt a motion. I would move that we continue to a date certain in March, and you can tell me what that March is, to consider additional matters that regards the record. That we're going to allow staff to complete the record and respond to anything that's been brought up today. So that's a limited motion.
Commissioner Treese is a second, or a question? Yes, she's a second. Mr. Carr, is March 1st the appropriate date? That is a Tuesday.
That's fine. That's the first meeting date in March.
So motion.
And seconded from Commissioner Treese. Any subsequent board discussion? All those in favor of adopting this motion, please vote by raising your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries 4-0. Thank you, commissioners. That will also involve taking item F3 and moving it out into the future as well. Next, we will move on to another land use and transportation ordinance, ordinance number 883. Do we have a motion to read ordinance 883 by title only? We have a motion from Commissioner Treese, a second from Vice Chair Willie. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Commissioner Rogers, you're still unmuted, just so you know. Since we help one another out. Mr. Carr, could you please read ordinance number 883 by title only, please?
Yes, ordinance 883, an ordinance amending the transportation system plan element of the comprehensive plan relating to the future extension of Cornelius Pass roadway.
So a totally different roadway than the prior one. So we'll turn it over to our subject matter experts for a staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have the same team presenting this ordinance as well. One point I just want to make before Aaron gets started on the presentation is that this item and the last item are somewhat related in that they're both elements of what's called the Around the Mountain concept, where we're looking to improve connectivity and capacity that helps get people up and over Cooper Mountain, but also needing to accommodate future growth by planning for routes that move even a little bit further to the west. So separate roadway, but also somewhat related. And I think with that little introductory comment, I'll ask Aaron to go ahead and give us the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Again, for the record, my name is Erin Wardell. I am the Principal Transportation Planner. Next slide. As Stephen gave a good overview of, this is somewhat similar to the last public hearing, and so I am going to cover some of the same information for our community members who are listening in, but we're generally going to follow the same format as we did for the last one. There are some differences with this ordinance, though, and we'll talk about those as well. So we'll start by giving an overview of our transportation system plan and the process of building our transportation system. I will talk about the studies that inform the development of this ordinance. We'll do a description of the proposed amendments, and then we'll end with our staff recommendation. Next slide. So talking about our transportation project process, how our transportation system is built. We start with the transportation system plan identification of a need. So in this case, we've identified the need for a roadway. We identify the need, the mode, the function, and the general location at this point. The transportation system plan is looking 20 or more years in the future. So it's looking at what are our growth forecasts, what are the projected future needs of our facility, and how do we meet those of our community, and how do we meet those with our transportation system. There are a number of projects in our transportation system plan that were identified back as far back as the 80s that have not yet moved through the rest of the process. So this is looking at a very high level, what is our future need? Once a project is in the transportation system plan, we then look for opportunities to prioritize our limited funding to start the process of building the project. We then look to do project development, which is where we do engineering alternative analysis and determine how to build the project. And then we finally move into project delivery, which is final design and construction process. So transportation system plan is big picture, future needs, general description of the project. Next slide. This ordinance is the implementation of a number of different planning studies and planning efforts by some of the cities of Washington County. This one is responding to the South Hillsboro concept and comprehensive planning work conducted by the city of Hillsboro, the Cooper Mountain Transportation Study, and the Urban Reserves Transportation Study, coordinated by Washington County. And then we additionally have coordination with the Willamette Water Supply Project, which is looking at bringing water from the Willamette River up to the Hillsboro area. Next slide. So the Cornelius Pass Road extension is a long-range improvement. It is not envisioned to be built in the near future, but having it in our transportation system plan at this time allows us to conduct orderly planning for the growth we expect to see in the area. This is a roadway that would be unlikely to be built until the area is brought into the urban growth boundary, unless project funding is identified before that. Generally, projects like this are delivered as a part of urban levels of development, but they don't have to be if funding is identified. It is important to note that this road extension crosses land that is rural undesignated. It is not yet in the urban reserve. As we discussed in the last public hearing, once 75% of the urban reserves in Washington County are brought into the urban growth boundary, the undesignated areas can be considered for future expansions of the urban growth boundary. So this is very much a long-range transportation improvement. Next slide. The South Hillsboro planning effort was an enormous multidisciplinary lift for the city of Hillsboro, planning for an over 1,000-acre growth area with approximately 8,000 homes when it is complete. The planning process featured a number of different points for collaboration with major property owners and community members, as well as with other agency partners like the county. The county continues to provide and will continue to provide some of the transportation network necessary to support this growth area. And the planning effort resulted in a detailed set of implementation and funding plans for the area. Next slide. A key attribute of the South Hillsboro plan is the extension of Southwest Cornelius Pass Road from TV Highway down to Southwest Rosedale Road. It is a 5-lane arterial. It's one of the primary north-south connections within Washington County. The way that the South Hillsboro plans were adopted included that arrow at the bottom of the graphic, which shows the general location of the Southwest Cornelius Pass Road extension we are considering today. Next slide. As a part of the Cooper Mountain transportation planning, a number of different planning efforts were conducted by the cities with expansion areas located in the vicinity of Cooper Mountain. So South Cooper Mountain by City of Beaverton, as well as Cooper Mountain and North Cooper Mountain planning, the South Hillsboro planning by City of Hillsboro, and then River Terrace planning by City of Tigard. And these are all responding to potential urban growth boundary expansions, as well as requests from community members for consideration of traffic solutions. Next slide. This slide shows the Cooper Mountain Transportation Study. As Stephen mentioned earlier, and as we heard in some of the testimony received for Ordinance 881 in December, one of the community member suggestions was to consider what is called around the mountain. So 175th is one of Washington County's snow routes. They do experience icy conditions at the top of the mountain. The roads are primarily rural in character today, although they will be built to urban standards as the area develops. Community members ask for us to consider ways for people to make this north-south movement without having to go over the mountain. So that is the around the mountain alternative. So the Tile Flat Road extension is a part of constructing that around the mountain route, and then the Cornelius Pass Road extension is another part of that around the mountain route. So it is located concept A on this graphic that you're seeing. There's an A. That is where the Cornelius Pass Road extension would be. We considered the existing rural network and improvements we can make to rural roadways, given state restrictions on what we can do in the rural area, as well as areas where we may need new roadway connections like this one. Next slide. The Urban Reserves Transportation Study was a continuation of the Cooper Mountain area recommendations, as well as a look at all of the urban reserves within Washington County and identifying our future need as those areas are added into the urban growth boundary. There were 3 outcomes of that study: an infrastructure analysis summary report, which identifies high-level planning level cost estimates for infrastructure required in each of these UGB areas, UGB expansion areas, an infrastructure funding toolkit to support our city partners as they are planning for the infrastructure they'll need to fund within these areas, and then recommended county transportation system plan amendments. We also conducted engineering feasibility to inform the proposed TSP amendments. 3 of the improvements are proposed to be included by Ordinance number 881, which you'll hear later this month. And then 2 of the improvements are being considered by 882, which you just heard, and 883 now. Next slide. Now this slide talks about the Willamette Water Supply Program. This is a large-scale utility project to bring water from the Willamette River up to Hillsboro. This is intended to provide water in case of a major seismic event, as well as providing a better long-term source of water for our area. The construction of the pipeline project generally along the same alignment we're proposing for the Southwest Cornelius Pass Road extension will begin most likely next year. We coordinated with the Willamette Water Supply Program as they were developing their alignment for this pipeline, with the idea that the road and the pipeline could generally be aligned with each other, and that would minimize impacts to property owners. What we learned through their process is that pipelines can turn 90 degrees and roads cannot. And so it may not be possible for the future roadway to fully align with the pipeline alignment. However, we still think that that's something that can possibly be accomplished in the future. The biggest limitation to coordinating with Willamette Water Supply is that we're talking about very long range planning, and they are moving into construction next year. So very different timelines. Some of the community members who provided testimony at the Planning Commission were significantly concerned about the Willamette Water Supply Program project. They're very concerned about disruptions to their property, disruptions to the area from this utility project. That's not something that the county has control over because it's a utility and they're following their own timeline and their own set of rules. So that is something that while we did coordinate with them, we can't change the outcomes of when that pipeline is being built or where it is being built. We do hope that in the future, we would be able to coordinate with them at such point as the road is being designed and constructed. Next slide. This slide shows some of the alternatives analysis that we conducted as a part of preparing this. We are planning to extend it as an arterial. It is planned through the South Hillsboro plan to extend from TV Highway to Rosedale. So the extension proposed by Ordinance 883 would continue that to Farmington Road, connecting at the existing intersection of Clark Hill Road and Farmington Road. Next slide. So this is very long range planning, as we've said. So the question about why now is answered by, it helps us to inform the design and sizing of our existing roadway system. It helps us with our continued coordination with the cities of Washington County as they are considering their urban growth boundary expansions. It also informs changes that we may need to make to roadways within the existing urban area to accommodate the significant amount of growth that we expect to see around our edge. We are considering our future travel needs and considering how to accommodate for orderly planning and growth in those UGB expansions. We're also hoping to have long-term alignment with the pipeline. Even though that project will be completed in the near term, it does provide us with some certainty for future infrastructure serving that area. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, this is land that has not been designated as either urban reserve or rural reserve, so we call it undesignated. It can be considered for inclusion in the urban growth boundary when 75% of the urban reserves have been brought in. We're not near that point yet, so that's not something that would happen for the long term, but it could happen within our planning horizon. As with Ordinance 882, an exception from statewide planning goals is required for this type of plan amendment. So we conducted all of the necessary technical analysis to respond to that. Next slide. So Oregon has 19 planning goals. Each of those goals is accompanied by guidelines and rules. Goal 12, transportation, is implemented by the Transportation Planning Rule. And the Transportation Planning Rule is one of the strongest and most robust set of rules. It includes specific criteria for concept plans and land use amendments. Meeting the requirements of the Transportation Planning Rule is difficult in this area without providing for an adequate roadway system in our transportation system plan. And so that is what this ordinance is responding to. And we are including the responses to the specific criteria that must be addressed in order to take this exception through our staff report. Next slide. As a part of that, we conducted the economic, social, environmental, and energy consequences analysis, and this is included in the staff report. The exceptions analysis provides a summary and comparison of potential project impacts and considers the effects on rural lands. Next slide. This ordinance is specifically responding to a need for additional regional connectivity. We considered various ways to meet this through other alternatives, but were unable to address the need for connectivity within the urban area. We applied applicable criteria for assessing the need for this type of roadway extension and believe we've met those requirements. The limited network options in our existing system put additional strain on our existing facilities, and we have challenges of addressing the needs of our urban traffic and rural traffic concerns. Next slide. So our Planning Commission held a public hearing for this ordinance on December 15th. At that hearing, the Planning Commission voted 3-2 with 1 abstention to recommend that the board not approve the ordinance. We realized after the hearing that given that abstention, the number of people voting did not constitute a quorum. Therefore, this was not a formal recommendation to the board. However, we did not think that going back to the Planning Commission would result in a significantly different outcome from that meeting. It's just important to note that this was not formal given the number of people who voted. There was public testimony received at the hearing, mostly opposed to the ordinance. City of Hillsboro staff testified in favor as it supports their long-range planning goals for their city and South Hillsboro development. The Planning Commission deliberations were robust and included viewpoints both in favor of and opposed to this ordinance. The viewpoints in favor were that this is necessary to support long-range planning for orderly growth and system planning, and then opposed, there were concerns over environmental impact, certainty of growth forecasts, and urban sprawl. I do want to note on this that we heard from the community that we had not engaged with them. A number of different planning studies informed the development of this ordinance, and we had a variety of different touch points with community members. We also sent out a courtesy notice during the month of October to property owners who were potentially affected by this, as well as property owners adjacent to that, inviting them to a listening session. And we did have property owners who or community members who participated in that. So we had the opportunity to answer their questions at that time. A number of people showed up to the Planning Commission to testify. And then I know that the board has received a number of communications today. Based on my read of the communications the board has received, I think that the community members who testified at the Planning Commission did a really good job of representing their community's concerns. And I think that's mostly what we've heard in the testimony that we've received for today as well. Generally opposed and generally with concerns over the environmental impacts, the certainty of our growth forecasts, and concerns about urban sprawl. Next slide. So with that, here's our staff recommendation. The staff recommendation is to conduct the public hearing. Following the hearing, adopt the ordinance, 883, extension of the Cornelius Pass Road, and by separate action, adopt associated findings by resolution and order. I will put it out there, given how the discussion went for Ordinance 882, we can also consider the option of continuing the board's discussion and consideration of the ordinance to March 1st, same as Ordinance 882, if that's the direction of the board. Thank you.
Thank you for the staff report. Commissioners, do you have any questions from staff on the staff report before we open a public hearing? Okay, I'd like to ask a question of staff first. I had a chance to look at the written testimony that 1,000 Friends of Oregon provided, and they provided it on both of these ordinances. So after we have the public hearing, if our staff and county council could be prepared to answer the question of that I asked earlier about time, I'd appreciate it. So I just want to let you know that I'll ask that after the public hearing. We do have, I'm informed, approximately 9 people who would like to testify for this public hearing. And then we do still have a few more items on our agenda. We have a significant action item on the supportive housing measure. We've taken care of F2, F3 is delayed. And then we'll have F5. So in conferring with staff offline, I would like to suggest that we have this public hearing and then take a break, a lunch break, and reconvene this meeting at perhaps 1 o'clock, but we'll see how the public hearing goes first. So, all right. So at this juncture, I would like to open a public hearing. Clerk Moss, could you let us know how many people so far have already signed up, and then we'll go from there.
Looks like, Madam Chair, we had the 9 that were signed up minus 1, 8 plus 2 raised hands. We're at 10 at right now.
Okay, terrific. If you could take us through that, please.
Absolutely. First up, we have Carrie Permentier. Carrie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Carrie Parmentier and I live at 22030 Southwest Riggs Road, Beaverton. I'll be directly impacted. In fact, I'll lose my house as part of this planning. So you can imagine it's quite emotional for me. A number of my neighbours also lose their houses. If you actually followed the water line, you would miss us. However, that doesn't seem to have been considered. And also the other option of coming out earlier and missing Riggs Road all completely was not actually defined why that was not chosen, where you'd miss a lot of houses and will not displace people and families. I would like to know why. I'd also like to know why, if this is continued, a further public hearing could not be held. We have had limited information. Yes, we got a courtesy notice in October, and that's the first we heard about it. I don't know who you've been talking to for 4 years, but it hasn't been stakeholders that are going to be directly impacted. I think we need an opportunity. We have a wide ethnic range in our street. Some of them don't speak English well, it's like a second language, yet all the communications have only been in English. We had to go around and translate for them. They still aren't aware of what's going on. I know you've been trying. I'm not trying to be rude. I just don't think you've done a particularly great job. It also feels, quite frankly, very cozy that you are all making your minds up without really understanding the impact of what you're doing. My house is going to be worth nothing, basically, because I have to tell potential purchasers the road is going straight through it. How am I going to retire? Where are my funds coming from to live? I mean, there's some dramatic implications with the route that you've chosen, and I think there are other viable alternatives that you need to look into. There's a huge safety issue. You're just dissecting and going to have Farmington Road on one side and this road. They're so close. It's like urbanisation by stealth. If you joined earlier and widened Farmington and went round to Tile Flat, I think it makes a lot more sense. I just don't feel like you guys have really dug into what the options are to safeguard us. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Next, we have Franz Schoening. Franz, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Ordinance 883. My name is Franz Schoening. I'm joined here by my wife, Roxanne. We live at 21905 Southwest Riggs Road and are directly impacted by the proposed ordinance. Riggs Road is a vibrant rural community on a dead-end road in an area surrounded by farmland. We're a diverse community with over 36 homes owned by white, Black, Latino, and Asian neighbors. We have young families, multi-generational families, and retired seniors that all call this street home. We have horses, cows, donkeys, chickens, and alpacas living on the street. Even though we don't have sidewalks, it's a very walkable neighborhood, and we regularly visit with our neighbors as we walk our dogs or ride our horses down the street. For some of our older neighbors, this neighborhood provides the best opportunity they have to get exercise and stay connected with the community. The proposal to extend Cornelius Pass Road to Clark Hill Road would bisect our community and significantly damage the character of our neighborhood. It would require the displacement of several of our cherished neighbors and would separate the rest of us from our remaining neighbors by what will eventually become an arterial roadway. The only way we would have to reconnect with our community would be to risk crossing a high-speed roadway with significant amount of traffic. Even the planners from Washington County and Hillsboro estimate that a significant amount of traffic would divert from our existing arterials inside the urban growth boundary to use this rural road. As I've sat through the Planning Commission meetings and read their written testimony, it seems pretty clear this plan is about creating easy ways for traffic from urban areas to our north and south to avoid congestion on roadways within the urban growth boundary, and instead allow them to use new roadways through our rural farming lands. This proposed plan requires exceptions from the state land use planning goals because it doesn't fit with what the state intended. The county planners tell us the road won't likely be built in the near future, but they can't provide any guarantees that it won't. They say it will likely only be a rural road, but acknowledge it will eventually become an arterial. They say the long-term plan to extend the Cornelius Pass Road needs to be adopted so surrounding cities and developers can have a higher degree of confidence that their plans for development will align with future roadways, but they can't tell us when this impacted area will be brought into the urban growth boundary. I'm not sure why our neighborhood has to bear the burden of urban sprawl and of the uncertainty this plan creates.
Thank you, Franz. Next, we have Joshua Blaze. Nick, Joshua, can you hear us? Can you unmute, Joshua?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair Harrington and all here. My name is Joshua Blazik, and I live at 22605 Riggs Road in Beaverton. I've lived on Riggs Road for 5 years, and I'm surrounded by farmers. Oh, clerk, if you wanted to start the timer, it'd be great. The proposed extension would interfere with the farming activities of my neighbors who use Riggs Road to transport farming equipment. And the talk about delaying this ordinance till March is not ideal. Farmers and homeowners need to know what the future holds, and this would be a sword of Damocles over their heads, destroying value for an unclear reason. In OAR Chapter 660, Division 12, it requires justification to this extension, and the staff report does not offer a clear statement of the transportation needs for this extension. It seems to be a bridge built to nowhere, built through farmland. The referenced Cooper Mountain transportation study began in 2017 and could not possibly anticipate the impact of COVID on the driving behaviors of people in the area. I work at Oregon's largest employer, Intel Semiconductor, and I actually helped hire many of the new homeowners in South Hillsboro, so I guess I'm somewhat to blame. A new Intel study, which we released to Oregon Live, shows a permanent change to how employees interact with their employers and their roadways. Namely, they will not be driving as much. A massive majority of Intel employees, over 20,000 in Oregon, they'll remain remote. They will eat at home, work at home, and drive less. A Nike study says the same. The studies and the staff report could not possibly anticipate this. I know an awful lot of human hours has gone into this. Thank you, Aaron Wardell, Andy Back, and the others involved. I'm sure that many here have heard the phrase, the sunk cost fallacy. I would encourage the members here to not adopt this resolution. We examined the feasibility of this, the benefits, and the answer should be no. It will not be helpful. It will be harmful. Thank you to all here.
Thank you. Next, we have No Torres. No, can you hear us? Are you able to unmute? Okay, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yes. We bought this property about 3 years ago. And you guys are talking about these plans start about 4 or 5 years ago or more time. That's correct?
Sorry, Mr. Torres, we're here to listen and not respond to Q&A.
Okay. Well, like I say, this road, I don't think is necessary. I think there's more different choices, like Farmington Road, make it wider. We bought this property for our future of our kids and establish my small business. That decision to come through from Cornelius Pass to Farmington, it will really impact our property and my small business and the future of my retirement and my kids. So, like other neighbor says, no one came to my house or sent me a letter saying this is happening. Honestly, I hear about this ordinance through my neighbors. I think that this is a huge impact that I think you guys should at least send me a letter in Spanish, because this neighborhood, it's Spanish community and Caucasian community.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Next, we have Jessica Bourbon. Jessica, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jessica. I live at 22065 Southwest Riggs Road, and these are all of my neighbors. I will also be directly impacted. I am directly impacted by the water line. I am the newest family to move onto this street as of June 28th, 2021. Homes don't often come up for sale on this street, which is why when it did, we jumped on it super fast. Naturally, I was devastated to learn literally 6 months after we moved in that there was a proposal to run Cornelius Pass right through my front yard. I bought this as a dream home. My kids and all their friends, they ride their bikes, scooters, motorcycles all over the property. This place is a kid's dream. They have freedom and space to explore and roam. I don't have to worry about their safety of getting hit by cars. There's horses, chickens, cows, llamas, huge trees, small businesses, multi-generational families, and even a flower farm. Why does the county get to take every little good thing left in this town and replace it with concrete, blacktop, noise, street lamp posts, concrete bioswales, and building? Can we not have anything sacred left? With this extension, our street will be destroyed, homes destroyed, and families who may not financially be able to afford to replicate what they currently have, forced to move. I chose to move out of the city and into the country for a reason. At night, the silence is deafening, the sky is pure. You can actually see the stars. The air is so fresh and crisp. I've had plans to landscape this property, as that is what my business is, but now I don't even know if it's worth it. I hope you sincerely take into consideration the passion we have for Riggs Road, and we will literally do anything to preserve what we have. Please do not move 883 forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Barbara Ashburn. Barbara, can you unmute? Can we hear you? Can you unmute, Barbara?
Okay, there. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't have as much to say, as many words as they do, but I have lived here for over 20 years. And we moved here because it was such a quiet neighborhood. Everybody was very kind, and you could walk up and down the street with your dog. You could walk up and down the street with your kids. You could just enjoy your life without having all these vehicles passing by. So everybody takes great pleasure and everybody takes great pride in their home around here. And I would hate to see this happen to these people that have moved here in the 20s and the 21s. Like I said, we've been here for probably 30 years total. And I see such a great change, and I really don't like it. So I hope that you don't pass this, that we can hopefully remain the way we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Don Odermatt. Don, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. My name is Don Odermatt. For the record, I am the Director of Transportation Systems for the City of Hillsboro. Heavily involved in the South Hillsboro area, including the transportation planning that supported that expansion. Really here today to just effectively go on record saying that the value of this effort is in its planning. I absolutely hear the testimony. I too have grown up, had the pleasure of living in agricultural, and I understand the importance of the testimony that's coming up today. I guess what I wanted to bring to the table is that we've sized South Hillsboro in the anticipation that someday Cornelius Pass Road may extend south, but it has been our anticipation that someday would not be coincident with the reasonable build out of South Hillsboro, but rather beyond that period of time. Really, in keeping with what I've heard county staff, Planning Commission testify, that if it were to be built, it would likely be built in conjunction with the urbanization of that surrounding land. As such, not sure if it's a possibility, but whether there is the ability to adopt this into the TSP, but with a condition of approval that it not be developed as a roadway until such time as the surrounding land urbanizes. That could be either into the urban reserves or the urban growth boundary. But I just wanted to convey to the board that we have sized the infrastructure for South Hillsboro with and without this extension for reasonable build out of all the urban growth boundaries presently in existence. And I'll close with that. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric LaRue. Eric, can you unmute? You try. There you go, Eric.
Okay. My name's Eric LaRue. My wife, Nikki, and I live at 21975 Southwest Riggs Road, and we're definitely against this one. I guess after listening to Aaron, I have to disagree completely that we had options to have questions and answers. We had one little brief meeting where we got a lot of generalities, but we didn't get answers to anything. It was very, very frustrating. I am an excavating contractor. I understand development. I understand we need it, but man, we got to do it a little better than this. We definitely feel a little blindsided and powerless in this program because we really haven't known about this very long. I've been here for 30 years. Owning property is, the single biggest asset we all have. This definitely is kind of kicking me in the balls because who knows what the future is going to hold and what my future is going to be. There were some other options for this road location. I see that's all kind of disappeared. That was in like the very first communication we had and not much more. There's other options that wouldn't impact as many houses if it just swings to the east a little bit and connects to Farmington. We've been a little frustrated with the first planning commission meeting we had because it didn't sound, there was some people being a little bit objective, but I'm a little disappointed when I hear planning commissioners just say, hey, this is what's proposed. We trust the people giving it to us. We're going to approve it no matter what. And we had some of that in the last meeting we were listening to. I guess that's about all I have.
Thank you. That takes care of all our pre-registrations. Now we'll go to hands. So Dan Lauer, you're up first.
Hi, thank you all again for the opportunity to testify. Really quickly, I want to say that I appreciate the board and staff, specifically Ms. Wardell, Mr. Carr, and Ms. Sato-Harris's willingness to look further into these issues and to potentially continue consideration. I would request that we keep the public hearing open for that March meeting, just because it seems like there are a lot of community members who want to add information for you to consider. And in the interest of informed and transparent government, I think making a decision with as much information as possible can only be a good thing. So I would request that. I do want to elaborate a little bit of what I talked about with regard to the previous ordinance, which is about the requirements under OAR 660-012-0070. One thing that we think is lacking in the staff reports is the description of adverse effects on surrounding rural lands, and specifically what the rule requires is descriptions of potential non-farm oriented development pressure that will be placed on these rural lands. We've heard from many community members saying that they're worried about their home values, about potential non-farm, more urban developments in the area. We would like the staff report to discuss that in more detail and to include mitigation measures that would help to make the proposal more compatible with these uses. Also, in the interest of preserving my time, I just want to say that, again, we think that the information justifying the transportation need needs to be clearly shown in the transportation system plan. We believe that the transportation system plan should adopt by reference all these studies and external pieces of information so that the county isn't pulling from things outside of its TSP to justify the decision. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Dan. Next, we have Carol Dickey. Carol, can you hear us?
Yeah, yes.
Please go ahead.
My name is Carol Dickey. I live with my son, his wife, and 5 kids. Most of these houses have about 2.5 acres, and on your map, there's a little teeny skinny line for our street. It doesn't really hardly show, So you have this massive road going through perpendicular to our street, and you have the impact on the 40 houses is huge, just huge. Most of us are, as Fran's letter that he sent you the other day is just very descriptive of the huge impact on this little thin line that's on your map that hardly anybody can see, but affects 40 houses negatively. Huge impact. Our family was never informed about any of these meetings. We just heard it because Carrie sent a flyer around that 2-3 days ago. This is the first time, and I'm actually have a petition going with signatures from every single household on the impact of this and that it should be turned down. There's less than 0.2 of a mile, a little bit over 1/10 of a mile to where you're putting the road in Farmington. It makes no sense to cut a community in half. It just makes no sense at all. I don't understand it, and I'm going to fight it. I don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to fight it, especially since it's so detrimental. We literally have hundreds of thousands of dollars in these homes, and you're killing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next, we have C. England. If you could give us first and last name for our record.
My name is Cory England. I live at 22685 Southwest Ridge Road with my wife, Carol England, and our newborn baby, Henry William England. We built our own home from scratch a few years ago on this road with the anticipation of retiring and living in a farming community just outside of the urban growth boundary. I'm in the same boat as the rest of the folks on this call who were just informed days ago of this plan. So I'm calling out the county for very poor communication. When you say you updated and sent out letters to all those affected, you didn't think about the whole picture. You're bisecting a dead-end road with 40 homes in a small community, and you only sent out letters to those whose homes are being directly destroyed? Shame on you. I should have received a letter years ago if you were truly planning this 4 years in advance. I'm digesting the information as I sit here on call, the 145-page ordinance that you issued. And as an engineer, I've not seen enough data to justify the proposal you're moving forward. It's incredibly frustrating to not have a clearly defined path forward and justification supporting it. I move that you provide more information on why we need to do what we're doing. When I look at a map laterally, you have Farmington Road, which is running almost parallel to this proposed pathway, a mere, 1,500 feet to the east? How much time are you trying to save everyone commuting? And to my neighbor Josh's point, we work from home now. That's the future for most of the companies that you cite in this ordinance. Intel, Nike, a lot of these folks work remotely. So I don't know why we need to build this massive road so they can travel north to south to headquarters, supposedly. I don't understand the need. I think this needs to be thought out a little bit better and communicated a little bit more effectively.
Thank you, Cory. Last up, we have Raleigh. Raleigh, can you give us the last name and please go ahead? Raleigh, can you unmute?
All right, yes. And it's actually a nickname. It's Kevin Hilton. I've lived, my family has lived on Riggs Road for 30 years. I've lived in the immediate area for 55. I've watched this area get developed and have personally known people who have lost their homes and their businesses due to road expansion and road widening. I don't know if any of you have actually seen this area in person, but it is truly a unique area, and few areas like this exist anymore in Washington County. We are not a wealthy community. We bought this property 30 years ago when prices were low. We bought it as an investment and as a place to retire and to pass on to future generations. Many of these properties are multi-generational. We actually looked at a couple of years ago, suspecting that there would be future development at moving to another modest home, even willing to take a home with far less acreage. And we couldn't find anything affordable. I know someone that moved from Riggs a couple years ago, and his family could not find anything they could afford and are now currently living in a trailer. The people here don't have options. You can't just move a farm. You just cannot just move farm animals. And the devastation of having a roadway going through your home, your business, there are at least 4 businesses in the path of this road. There are homes in the path of this road. And I know this community is a little confused as to why the existing roads like Rosedale, 209th, which has already been cleared for widening, Farmington Road, which is going to be widened in the future, is not being better utilized. With roundabouts, those could be used instead of plowing a path through this neighborhood and would have a far less impact on people's homes and businesses. So I would urge you to vote no, and I would also urge you to please explore other options because this is devastating to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Madam Chair, that concludes our public testimony on this public hearing item.
Thank you, Clerk Moss. And with that, we'll close today's public hearing. Commissioners, do you have questions of staff? Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
Yeah, one question is, it seems to me, and it's been some time ago, that we got an update, I think, on the Willamette water project pipeline that was going through there. I can't remember the specifics of where they were locating it and why. It seemed to me they had some issues with soil and some topography issues and whatever the case is, but they chose this spot. I thought we were going to put the Cornelius Pass extension over the top of that same property, but it sounds like we are not. So is that true? What's kind of refresh my memory, if you would, Aaron, please.
Yes, so we coordinated with Willamette Water Supply Pipeline staff as they were going through their alternatives analysis. As you may recall, the pipeline was initially supposed to turn right when it got to Farmington and follow Farmington Road. When they did their geotechnical analysis, they determined that that was not a viable route for them to use. And so they selected the almost straight line alignment, generally reflecting what we're proposing in this ordinance. However, when they went and did their detailed analysis, they essentially did a couple of 90-degree curves so that they could move around many of the Riggs Road properties, as we're hearing testimony from today, which is possible for a pipeline to do, but will not be possible for a future roadway to do. So while I still think there's a strong possibility that the future road can lay on top of or adjacent to the pipeline so that we can minimize future property impacts, we won't be able to follow the pipeline identically through the entire corridor.
Okay, yeah, well, then, you know, that, and I'm okay with that. Again, I was just wondering what our other alternatives were other than going through this community and, yeah, realizing we don't want to put any right turn and left turn corners in a road, but at the same time, there has to be, would seem to me there's other options available than bifurcating community that's already there. So that's just my thoughts.
The TSP alignment that we're proposing is intended to be general. When you look at the exhibit proposed along with the ordinance, we're not showing property lines because we don't know which properties would be directly impacted. We haven't done that level of engineering work. And so certainly when we go down that chart of the different steps of building our transportation system, we're just at the point of saying we generally have a need for transportation between these 2 points. when we get to the point of identifying funding, we'll have a little bit more certainty about what that looks like. And then when we get into the engineering alternatives analysis and final design, then we'll know which properties will be directly impacted by this and any necessary mitigations that need to be done for environmental or property impact purposes. So we just don't have all of the answers to that today.
So basically you're saying that this ordinance is, we're putting out a concept of what the extension of Cornelius Pass Road would be, but not specificity on we're going to put it here.
Correct.
Just kind of somewhere in here, not, okay. All right, thank you.
Other commissioner questions? Okay, I have two, if I could. These staff reports are pretty large, and in my going through them recently, I've lost sight of something. Oh, I just found it. I was looking for the 2040 growth concept map, and it looks like it's around page 857. So Ms. Wardell, is there any other map in this material that could help demarcate for me or illustrate to me the area of the undesignated land north of Farmington that includes this Riggs Road area? Or is the 2040 growth concept map the only one that shows the urban edge, the whole rural undesignated area, and then the rural reserve off to the west?
The 2040 map is a good source for that information. I'm clicking through the staff report too to see if we have one of the Cooper Mountain or ERTS maps that shows the road alignment along with those on the same map. We certainly have those prepared from these studies, but I'm not seeing it in looking through this. That is certainly something we can provide.
Okay, thank you. That was that question. I said I had two. So I appreciate your taking a try at that. Mr. Carr, and to our LUT staff, just like with the prior ordinance that we had a public hearing on today, we have new written material from Thousand Friends of Oregon. And as I stated previously, my goal is to ensure that whatever action we take, you feel that you can stand by for any and all appeals, for example. So do you feel at this juncture at 12:38 p.m. that you have everything you need for potential adoption by this board today, or otherwise?
No, Chair, my preference would be, as with the prior ordinance, that if we could delay adoption to give us time to incorporate those comments and responses into the findings, it would be the best.
Okay. And I'd understood previously with the prior ordinance that you were recommending that we continue on with the public hearing as closed and move forward with the continuance to March 1st, 2022.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for answering that question. If I could, commissioners, I do have a comment I'd like to share. I can do it now, but if you would like to make comments first, more than happy. Okay, I'll go first. I'm a bit saddened to hear that folks have made recent purchases to this Riggs Road area, thinking that they would have rural use in perpetuity for as long as they can imagine. The Urban and Rural Reserves Program was very extensive. In fact, the findings for this ordinance speak to that. I certainly cannot speak to what material was available for that October listening session. But there has been the possibility for a roadway to have impact within this rural zoned area, this undesignated area following Oregon land use. That is not to say, I'm not making any prediction about the board taking action on it, but it is a reflection of how prior decisions have been made to try and make highest and best use of a compact urban area moving forward for the decades ahead. So I just wanted to share that I'm a little saddened to hear that through whether it's the real estate market or people's own due diligence, that they have not been aware of that information. And I certainly hope that that the story and the 2040 growth concept map that illustrates this is easy for people to find, at least when our website goes through its redesign in the coming months. So thank you. That's all I just wanted to share at this time. Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
Well, I'm wondering if March 1 is sufficient time because unlike Ordinance 882, this seems to have a much broader consideration, I guess, for study of other options and variables. I mean, it's like Don Odermatt said we could make this contingent on bringing in the surrounding properties into the urban growth boundary or into the reserves. All of those things I think would seem to me, I don't want to put too much pressure on our staff. They've already got 882 that we got to deal with. I'd like us to consider maybe pushing that out a little bit further. Aaron and Stephen, maybe if you're going to tell me, nope, that's okay, let's do this on March 1, then I'll go along with that. But I don't want to box you in with two ordinances that have some contentious aspects to them. So what are your thoughts?
Commissioner, I tend to agree that an additional delay in this one could make sense. So we could consider bringing this back to you perhaps in early April. I think that would give us some additional time and allow us to work the two ordinances sequentially.
Or we could even do this in consideration of Commissioner Rogers does have another job that, of course, I think tax season has been extended past April 15th this year. Is that not correct, Roy? Yeah, so, okay. I mean, what you choose, April would certainly be acceptable to me. So,
Commissioner Willie, could I ask for a clarification? Yes, that is not correct. Or, sorry, I'm a little tired. If somebody could clarify tax season for me this year, I'd love that.
Well, it has no impact on this hearing, but Jerry, you can always get an extension, as you know. It's still April 15th, though. I mean, okay. I would like to make a comment too. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you though.
No, go right ahead. I'm deferring to Stephen and Aaron on this.
Yeah, my comments are obviously my district's the southeast, so I don't have the intimate knowledge of this particular area, and so I would certainly leave it up to the chair who represents all of the area, and to the vice chair who happens to represent this area. Urban growth is occurring, and we're going to have to deal with it. The difficulty I have in this all was the same one I had in mind, though it's different because this one has a little more growth in terms of population in the immediate pathway. But the difficulty I have is how does the cities plan and accept their responsibility for urban service areas and urban growth areas if we don't give them tools? And I understand saying, well, we won't do anything until we annex it, but that's a little too late to plan. I mean, the government's always accused of either not spending money until it's too late and you can't do anything, or not planning at all. And the latter is not true. We're always planning, and this is one where I think staff has done a good job of taking a look at what the ultimate needs are. We understand that in 20 years or 30 years or 40 years, that what we all see today, including our own faces, are not going to, be here or be the same as they are. So we understand that. So it's some indefinite kind of period I don't agree with, and I'd like to send an encouraging message to the city of Hillsboro, that they should continue to plan, and we should foster those kinds of activities that we can plan with them. Having said that, I agree with the questions that have been asked by the chair on the previous and this one. If we haven't heard all the information, not that it's going to change anything, but it's a little unfair. People are always going to feel disenfranchised, excluded. So I like Commissioner Willie's extension. I would certainly like to see it not on March 1. That's terrible to have two of these in the same, but maybe sometime late April. Thank you. Early May. I think that would give us time to address the 1,000 friends concern, get more information to the community, and so that they feel at least heard, maybe not agreed with, because I'm not sure I agree yet at this point, but at least heard. So that would be my comments.
Go ahead, Commissioner Treese.
Thank you, Chair, and Commissioner Willie and Rogers, thank you for your comments. My other concern is what our communication, I don't know what our communication process is in a situation like this. And it makes me uncomfortable to hear that there wasn't communication in Spanish. There were those types of issues. And that's separate a bit from what it is that we're doing here. But I would like to work with LUT and have a clear understanding of what the process is for communicating these issues to our residents for this particular project and for future projects. So I just want to raise that. And like I said, I don't know what the communication was, so I'm really just want to know how we do that and how do we plan to do it into the future.
I'm not sure who would be responding to Commissioner Treese.
Thank you. I've asked staff to go ahead and pull together a summary of the communication that we've had with the owners so that we can clarify that for you as we carry this forward. And I would say many of our documents do go out in English only, and if we're contacted and asked to provide an interpreted version, translated version, we certainly do that on request.
And I can provide a little bit of clarification on the courtesy notice that was sent out. As this is a proposed legislative plan amendment, we were not required to notify property owners of it. That is the way Oregon rules are. We had done a number of years of extensive coordination with our CPO program, as well as with various community group and neighborhood organizations and stakeholders as a part of the Cooper Mountain Transportation Study and the Urban Reserves Transportation Study. When we got to the point of filing the ordinance last year, we quite frankly felt uncomfortable that we hadn't done the individual property owner notification. And we thought that that was something that in case people hadn't been aware of these larger meetings that have been taking place, we wanted the opportunity to bring them together and answer their questions. So that was the purpose of the courtesy notification that went out in October, inviting potentially affected property owners, since we don't necessarily know who's affected, but potentially affected property owners in that corridor to come to a listening session with staff. And so property owners did take us up on that, and we had community members come to that listening session. Many of the people who testified today came to that session as well and had the opportunity to ask us questions there. I think that what you're hearing, though, is some frustration from them that this is long-range planning and we don't have the answers to some of the questions that they're asking us, like when will my property be in the urban growth boundary? I don't have an answer for that. Or when will this road be funded and built? I don't have an answer for that. So it's a little bit of that tension of doing this 20+ year look at our transportation system, but people wanting certainty today. But we do have record of who we sent that notification to, and coming back to you for a later hearing, we will provide that in our amended staff report.
Thank you. And I appreciate your clarification, both Mr. Roberts and Ms. Wardell. And I understand what you're saying about the tension in a long-range planning piece. I just want to make sure that we're doing what we can in our communication, and even if it means going above what the state requirements are.
Mr. Roberts, we turned it over to you and your staff, and I see one of your staff has his hand raised, so I'll leave it to you to decide.
Yep, go ahead, Andy.
It seems like you're talking about extending the date here. I just want to ask for, if you do that, consider giving us direction to develop alternatives similar to what Mr. Odermatt was talking about, that we could come back to you with, that either have some sort of area of special concern that says the road will go in once it's in their urban reserve or in the UGB. There's lots of different ways to do that, but without specific direction to do that and include it in your future discussions, we likely wouldn't do it, but getting that specific direction would be great.
So I hear the request. I have a problem now based upon what I understand. And it sounds like you're asking us to give you specific direction on something, and we have no idea what that scope of work will be. I believe we've been advised to if we're going to continue this item, to do so to a date certain. So if I understand you in creating some new material, that means putting new material into the record. So it sounds to me like it could possibly require another pass to the Planning Commission and so forth, which makes me think, well, that future date certain is like months from now. So I have to leave it to Mr. Roberts and Mr. Carr to confer, and give us a reasonable course of action, because I'm imagining at least three. One option is to take action today. Another option is to continue to a date certain in the next, March, April timeframe. And another one is more expansive, as I heard Mr. Back allude to, which I don't know what that's going to involve from a staff workload and public engagement and Planning Commission effort. So I appreciate and applaud the problem solving that is happening here in real time. I really do. So, phew, where do we go from here, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Carr and Ms. Angie, excuse me.
So I might take a first crack at this, and I appreciate your question, Chair. It's a good question. I think Andy's suggestion was really if the board is interested in us pursuing some options for how timing of the roadway might be addressed in the ordinance, then we can bring back some options for additional consideration if we continue the hearing to a date certain. To your question about going back to the Planning Commission, an engrossment does not require returning the ordinance back to the Planning Commission. So we can bring forward changes, modifications to the ordinance based on some board direction that could be provided here about what you'd like for us to consider. And then we would schedule additional public hearings if the ordinance is engrossed, and it would require at least 2 additional public hearings for an engrossment.
Well, and we heard Ms. Wardell in the original staff report to this project talk about how there was options work that the staff had done that led to the staff recommendation of the proposal before us. So I can appreciate that there may be some legislative language, but for all I know, all of the staff work for those options, I don't know if it has or has not been considered yet. So Mr. Carr, like I said, I was looking for the 2 of you to confirm. So what are your thoughts as well?
So my preference would be to just continue to a date certain and move and respond to the testimony we've gotten. It's a policy consideration for the board. If you want to add additional direction, we will take that direction, in which case we should go the route of an engrossment and an amendment. But I'm not hearing that the board is interested. If the board is interested in that, we would go that way. But in terms of responding to the legal issues that have been raised, a date certain and an opportunity to draft something that responds appropriately would be the best from my perspective.
Well, I can be clear about why I'm uncomfortable in pursuing the options language, because we don't know what it will be based on. I'm quite comfortable with the general nature of this 20-year look ahead, as frustrating as it is for our community members. I want our agencies, the county and the cities, to be able to continue forward in the planning regimen that is already arduous as it is and complicated without predetermining some particular considerations. So I just don't think we have enough detail necessarily. So I'm not presupposing any option yet. I'm very comfortable with, I'm comfortable enough with continuing to a date certain to do just what Mr. Carr outlined. But that's just one view of for today. And I see Commissioner Rogers is unmuted already. Go for it, Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you. What I would propose is to a date certain as well. Andy, I certainly appreciate it, but frankly, we all have expertise in different areas, and to narrow it down in some way that would predispose that we would understand exactly what direction. So I'm not comfortable at all in doing anything other than saying we accepted the testimony today, come back late April or May, or early May with this, and if we need to engross, we can. We've set a date certain. So for the sake of trying to get off the dilemma wheel, as one commissioner used to say that was here, I would propose that we continue this matter to the first Tuesday in May.
We have a motion from Commissioner Rogers. Do we have a second? We have a second from Vice Chair Willie. Commissioner discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Carr, go ahead, Commissioner Treese.
I just want to add that the other reason that I like doing this is that we are missing one commissioner today, and I think it'd be good to make sure that we have that commissioner's voice as well. So I'm encouraged by this.
Mr. Carr, quick clarification. This motion that we have to accept the testimony we've heard today and continue this to a date certain, first Tuesday in May 2021. Can we do that as is with a voice vote and hand action, or do we need to take a roll call?
You do not need to take a roll call.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no further commissioner discussions, all those in favor, please vote by raising your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 4-0, which means that we will not need to take action today on item F4. Okay, it is now 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we have 2 more action items and a public comment period before we end our board business meeting of today. I would suggest that for the sake of the board, our staff and our community members, that we take a break and reconvene at time certain. Do folks want a full 1 hour for lunch or something less?
Madam Chair, could you ask and see how many people want to testify on anything else? Because we could conclude our meeting and then just come back for our work session so that the staff didn't have to all drag back for whatever might happen. If there's no one making any more comment today, we could end our meeting and then go into the afternoon sessions.
I think we may also have, I'm assuming we have a staff report on item F1 as well.
Okay,
and
yeah, you're right.
perhaps discussion on item F5.
You're right.
I know I can't go any longer without eating lunch. So you're either going to see me eat it on camera or not. So
I would like to see you eat it on camera, but that's okay. I think we ought to have an hour, just as you suggest. I think you're right.
Okay, so everyone, we're going to pause our current board meeting and reconvene at 2 o'clock. And I believe that will be Clerk Moss. Could you verify which Zoom link we'll be using then?
So Madam Chair, we will stay on this Zoom link. IT will put up a slide that we're in a lunch break, and then I will adjust the afternoon link and update that packet.
Okay, thank you so much. See you a little later, folks.
I'm here. I'll be off camera for a couple minutes.
Okay. Oh, but you're still here. You're just off camera. Got it.
Yep.
Thank you. Phew. How are we doing, everybody? Oh, we have a few more seconds. Sorry.
All right, back to you, Madam Chair, and I believe we are on action item F.1.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. You have the 4 members of the Washington County Board of Commissioners post-lunch. Myself, Catherine Harrington, Vice Chair Jerry Willey, Commissioner Roy Rogers, and Commissioner Pam Treese, who is just momentarily off camera. For the remaining of our meeting, we still have 2 items on our action agenda, item 1 and item 5. Item 2, we took care of and had an action on, and items 3 and 4, we also had an action with regard to those ordinance. So those will move forward into the future. And then after the action agenda, we'll have public comment, board announcements, adjourn, and then adjourn for our work session and executive session for the afternoon. So without further ado, why don't we get to item 1 on the action agenda, approving the Supportive Housing Services, also known as SHS, Intergovernmental Agreement, or IGA. And I'll turn it over to our Director of Housing Services, Komi Kalavar, and the esteemed Program Manager for SHS, Jess Larson.
Good afternoon, Chair Harrington. Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. My name is Komi Kalavar. I'm here to present the SHS IGA with Jess Larson. Josh is not able to join us today. This body of work has taken about 8 months of staff time to draft and negotiate, which is typical of intergovernmental agreements. What's important about this moment is how it represents a 10-year commitment between our county and Metro, and also Multnomah County and Clackamas will be joining with their own IGAs as well. And our goal here is to implement the voter-approved measure that has promised to end chronic homelessness in the area. As you know, we're already implementing this program, and next month you'll receive the second quarter update from staff. People who have been experiencing homelessness for far too long in Washington County are already getting placed in permanent and supportive housing. The IGA, or intergovernmental agreements, will help us navigate through this work and our partnership over the coming years. And this program will help us serve our community better with housing and wraparound services. Before I turn it over to Jess for a presentation, I want to take a moment to thank county staff who joined our team, because we work together collaboratively to get this IGA to this point. And the first is Brad Anderson from County Counsel's Office, Ethel Galeras, and before her, Jacqueline of County Finance, Paige Spence from Government Relations, Josh Kreitz was also very instrumental in getting us here, and last but not the least, Jess Larson and her SHS team. So slide number 2, please. Over to you, Jess.
Thank you, Komi. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jess Larson. Use she and her pronouns, and I'm your Supportive Housing Services Program Manager. So this is a brief staff presentation to ground us in sort of the generalities, the overview of this intergovernmental agreement before you today for your consideration. Much of this slide has been framed up in Comey's introduction. As he said, we've been working collaboratively with our county partners in Clackamas and Multnomah County to present a unified county perspective in working through this agreement with Metro. And that work included our CFOs, our attorneys, our government relations staff, and program leads from all 4 jurisdictions. These staff met continuously, repeatedly, many times virtually, and even I think once in person, to deliver you this 30-page or so IGA. We met sometimes as all hands, which is what we called ourselves when it was all of those perspectives and expertises from all 4 jurisdictions. And then we would also meet just in our particular expertises, the position teams like the attorneys or the government relations staff, to take on the very particular parts of the agreement that were our focal, or our expertise was needed for those components. So over those 8 months or so, we met a final time on December 15th at the zoo, and were able to come to a full agreement on all of the terms. And that is what's represented to you in this final document. Next slide, please. So much like any intergovernmental agreement, these are some of the components, the chapters, the sections of the agreement. Hopefully these things look very familiar to you as you've considered and approved other IGAs. Like many IGAs, there are, the definitions, the term, the roles of the parties, and also many considerations for what happens when things break, when things don't go well or as planned. How do we work together? What are the roles and responsibilities, risk sharing, dispute remedies, etc. So today's staff presentation isn't going to dive into all of those details for you, but if you have any questions, we of course welcome those questions. But the presentation is going to kind of focus on the higher level structural bodies and relationships that sort of carry through the IGA. Next slide, please. Thank you. So first is just mention of those jurisdictional roles. So Metro's role being clearly defined and referenced throughout this intergovernmental agreement as the body responsible for collecting these 2 new taxes, distributing the program revenue according to the structure described here within, and then providing oversight of the overall regional program. Whereas the county's role is always responsible for the program implementation activities. All of the SHS programs will be led by the county and consistent with our approved local implementation plans. And the counties will also prepare our quarterly and annual reports, as well as an annual work plan, which you'll hear a little bit more about. And those are the accountability sort of mechanisms described in this agreement that support Metro's role in their oversight work. Next slide. So this describes the 2 appointed bodies, community-based appointed bodies. You are familiar with the Regional Oversight Committee. You helped to select the members who represent Washington County on that body, and our chair also serves on that body as a non-voting member. So this body is charged with providing program oversight, including reviewing of those local implementation plans. They unanimously approved our Washington County local implementation plan earlier this year. Of course, receiving our reports, our quarterly reports and annual reports and such, and then providing recommendations on performance improvements or challenges to Metro. Now, a new body that hasn't yet been fully discussed, but was considered and fully included in the measure itself, will be adding to this regional work, and that is the Tri-County Advisory Body. And this body's job is to really strengthen coordination between the counties and Metro in how we are responding to homelessness and implementing our programs. So each county retains its local implementation plan, and the Tri-County Advisory Body, or the Tri-County Planning Body, I think it is called, will work to sort of be the connective tissue between those plans and advancing our outcomes and coordination where regionalism supports those overall goals in our local plans. This body will create a regional strategy plan, and that plan will be guided by investments made at the local level through some set aside funds, which we will describe here in a future slide. So those are the two community appointed bodies that will also serve to enhance program implementation and are fully described here in this IGA. The next slide, please. So if you could advance the slide, it was built as an animation, and I think you can click through a couple more times, Clerk Moss, thank you. Two more times, then one more, thank you. Oops, sorry. I think it works better just as is rather than an animation. So this is just a quick image, hoping it helps to visually represent the coordination that is described in this intergovernmental agreement. So of course, the four bodies are there in blue, and the counties are unified in our perspective and roles in relationship to Metro. And then the Regional Oversight Committee oversees the overall program and advises Metro, and the Tri-County Planning Body sort of looks forward in program implementation and provides recommendations to all of the bodies as we are implementing the program. And I think of those orange arrows as somewhat of this intergovernmental agreement itself, the structure that's created to support all of those relations and all of that work, and the staff who are implementing all of the work of supporting the Regional Oversight Committee and the Tri-County Advisory Body and the report writing, etc. So hopefully this visual representation of those relationships is helpful for just sort of another way to describe the IGA. Next slide. So speaking to those orange arrows, there are two staff committees that are also described in the intergovernmental agreement to help support implementation and coordination among the bodies. The first is an executive committee, which will be made up of staff from across many disciplines to help ensure implementation success and work through challenges as they might arise between the parties to ensure cooperative, productive solutions, problem solving to any of those challenges. So those staff will likely include leadership from the county council and from the county finance, government relations, and the program staff. And again, they're convened as needed to ensure productive implementation and partnership between the parties and solve problems as soon as they arise or before they become more challenging. Whereas the financial review team will convene with just the CFOs from the four jurisdictions to help with forecasting income tax collections and anticipating the overall needs of the program financially. They will work to ensure the overall health and financial health in support of implementation. There's a recognition that these taxes may fluctuate, are likely going to fluctuate with economic changes. And this FRT team will help us navigate through those significant downfalls, especially so that we can be prepared programmatically and ensure no one loses their housing. That is ultimately the objective of this program and much of this agreement to ensure once we are able to achieve housing stability through our many programs, we want to make sure it is sustained. Okay, next slide, please. To speak a little more specifically to some of the structures of reports and accountability included in the IGA that will help clarify the reporting relationship between the counties and the advisory bodies and of course Metro. So you all are all becoming familiar with our quarterly report. We've had one and we'll have a second one here in a couple of weeks. And then there will also be an annual report after the close of each fiscal year due on October 31st, looking at the whole of the program's implementation. So these reports are made to Metro and their oversight committee, and that is what Metro receives in their to manage their role or to inform their role in oversight. We will also be providing an annual work plan. As you may recall, the local implementation plan was a very large undertaking with many community engagement events and procedures and processes over many months. And that body serves, or that document serves as a framework for our overall implementation of the SHS program. But it also provided some year one goals, which we're currently tracking towards quite successfully, actually. But we're going to want year two goals and plans for expanding the program now that implementation is underway. And so the annual work plan will become sort of a mini local implementation plan focused on the next year's bodies of work. And of course, it will track with our annual budget. And that will also be due to Metro, or the work plan will be due to Metro on April 1st every year to help plan ahead for the next year. We will also share with Metro our budgets and any plan for spending down funds that roll over to the next fiscal year. And of course, Metro has the option to choose to audit our programs annually, but limited to 25% of the overall program, because it's going to be a very large program. So just to manage for the staff capacity needed during those audits. So those are some of the accountability structures that are all fully described here in your IGA. And of course, our next step as staff, if we move forward and approve this IGA, is to begin building out those specific structures, the templates for the quarterly reports and the annual reports, or the annual plan, work plan. So that will be coming next. Next slide, please. There are also some important financial provisions. Here, our FRT team, the financial review team, will be helping to oversee this, as well as our housing controller, Ling, in the Department of Housing Services. So first is the stabilization reserves. This is to manage for those economic downturns in the economy. So the FRT will create a structure for determining when we need to tap into these stabilization reserves, when the economy looks like it's going to present some programming challenges. And at this time, they're advising that we set aside 10% of annual revenues, or annual program revenues, into a stabilization reserve for the event of for such an event in the future. Similarly, each county will have the option to withhold some programmatic reserves, and these would be sort of accessed in the case of a sort of more local programmatic emergency, not an economic emergency. Perhaps a building has a severe flood and we have to relocate 100 tenants or something like that. That would be a significant cost that we would want to tap into some program reserves. And here, the IGA gives counties the option to set aside 5% of annual revenues for the purpose of these kinds of programmatic emergencies. Next is the Regional Strategy Implementation Fund. This relates to the role of that tri-county planning body. We, each county, will commit to putting 5% of our programmatic funding every year into these regionally coordinated commitments. They will be consistent with our local implementation plan and help to ensure those outcomes that are advanced through coordination and regional work identified by that future tri-county planning body. And then last, of course, and this has always been true, that program fund allocation for Washington County is set at 33.33%. That's based on estimated revenues. Of course, that number could be adjusted as actuals start to be considered. And when we have more information, if the formula is to be adjusted, then all four parties will come back to the table to work out clarity and agreement on any adjustments to that formula. But for now, all of our programmatic work proceeds with this percentage expected for our program revenues here in Washington County. Next slide, and I think this is our last slide for you today, and this is just a looking forward timeline. Here we are in January, about to execute this agreement with our partners at Metro and in cooperation with the other two counties. We programmatically are looking forward to April 2022, when we will be preparing or having to prepare that work plan for Metro. And of course, all the work that goes into planning for that and launching our next program year. I can't believe we're already talking about that, which would be in July of 2022. And then those bullet points harken back to some of the things I've mentioned briefly in this presentation. These are our to-do next steps. After this IGA is executed, we need to create those templates for the reporting and the work plans. We need to work on selection of the Tri-County Planning Body members, preparing for the launch of that future body. We will be a full partner in implementing that body of work with the other 2 counties and Metro. And then, of course, there's a data sharing agreement that is also described in the IGA that we'll need to work on clearly defining with Metro and executing before the end of this fiscal year. So those are some of our immediate programmatic to-dos. And then those stars are our quarterly reporting visits to your board, where we can bring some of these updates to you for further consideration and awareness. So with that, I think the last slide is just open-ended questions and feedback from all of you. If you have any questions from us about this, to us about the agreement, and then ultimately, if you support the execution of the agreement. So with that, I turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Comey. Thank you, Jess. And thank you for noting all of the various parties, hands, wonderful staff members of Washington County who've done the work to make this possible. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Rogers.
Yeah, one comment, one question. The comment is in your list of people who are involved, you failed to mention Comey. The tone at the top is good. And so, Comey, thank you for what you've done. Excuse me.
Thank you, Commissioner.
My question is there's all these audit requirements and compliance issues with Metro. What's the process if they don't like how we spend it, or they find some issues? What happens?
Well, there are many. Thank you, Commissioner. That's an excellent question, and it's complex. The answer to that, first of all, Gesundheit. First of all, use of funds is very clearly described in this IGA. That use of funds can be are very broad, frankly, as long as they're contributing to successful housing placements and housing stability for our community members, and consistent with our local implementation plan. So if Metro does not, quote, agree with how we're using the funds, there's limitations on what that means, because their only role is if we are not using funds that are eligible as described in this measure. And if they're not eligible use of funds, for example, this is actually something we often reference when working through this. Like, for example, if we were filling potholes with supportive housing services funds, like filling potholes does not help us end or address homelessness. So that would not be an eligible use of funds. And then there would be course for remedy, immediate action that Metro could take if they needed to ensure that we were using all of our funding consistent with our local implementation plan and as described here. And then ultimately, there's a correction action plan process. There's then a dispute resolution process, and ultimately legal action if necessary. But we worked very hard to achieve clarity in for example, your question around use of funds, so that we wouldn't have to end up needing you to use those processes, because it's not Metro's role to determine if they agree with our use of funds, as long as we're using the funds consistent with our plan and as described, as eligible uses are described in the agreement.
Thank you. In federal grants, oftentimes I'm using the term clawback. It's not appropriate in that. They can bring back funds, and compliance requirements are often subject to interpretation. So I appreciate there's a dispute resolution. I think reasonable people won't have that, but any problem. But what period of time do these happen? You don't want to have somebody audit you 10 years later and say, by the way, we have some issues, and you're back digging through archives. So I didn't read that portion of it closely enough. Is is there a period of time that these things need to occur so that we all have some freedom from look backs? That's my only other thing.
There is, Commissioner, or there are rather, because there are many periods of time at which, how quickly Metro must issue a statement of concern, how much time we have to respond, how much time the dispute resolution has. So there are many stages for many different kind of amounts of time that are deemed reasonable and agreeable between all parties. And if that would be helpful for us to map out for you, I would be happy to gather that information up.
There's references to Oregon tort claim law, which I don't know the law, but and I don't know if that has specific time limits, but yes, the document details is very legal.
Are there any other board comments or questions? Go ahead, Vice Chair Willie.
My only comment is thank you. I got briefed on this Friday afternoon. So thank you, Jess and team, for doing that, bring me up to speed. So good job on this. So go forth and be productive. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Treese.
I second Commissioner Willie's comments, and I also want to thank you for your innovative and collaborative nature in the way you brought things together, and that's going to be the hallmark of the success. So thank you so much to everybody.
Well, I'll finish up with not only am I grateful for every single member of Washington County staff, including communications, who's been involved with this, but I also want to thank you for thinking through so many possibilities, possible scenarios that you could ever imagine happening over the course of a 10-year intergovernmental agreement for the implementation of a services measure. It's a different flavor than many of the agreements that we have in place. So thank you for all of that discipline and ensuring that each member of the board has the opportunity to understand and value what is embodied in this IGA. So with that, commissioners, we have an opportunity before us to approve this Supportive Housing Services SHS Intergovernmental Agreement IGA. Do we have a motion to do so? We have a motion from Commissioner Treese. We have a second from Commissioner Rogers. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye or raise your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 4-0. Well, a big congratulations to the team. A lot has been happening to get this program defined, right, through the local implementation plan, launched July 1st with services and results already, and then get this 10-year agreement going. So thank you. You are, in fact, delivering on what the voters approved. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
All righty. We'll move on then to item F5. This is an item brought to us by Commissioner Willie. So Vice Chair Willie, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, yes, thank you, Chair. This resolution is something that we discussed 2 weeks ago in work session. It's something that I think is extremely important in our messaging, that we send a strong message to our sheriff's staff so that they can feel comfortable. I think there's mixed messages that we have communicated, and we've supported their programs. Of course, we have not defunded them, but at the same time, we are working with an organization that is demanding that we do defund public safety. So I think clarity. I think we all know what is going on with that situation, but I think it would be good for us to pass this resolution. I don't see any downside to passing this resolution. I don't see any negative messaging there for any organization. And certainly it sends a strong message to our sheriff's department. I have reached out to the sheriff. He supports this resolution and realizes that we recognize a variety of things there, as long as our, working towards systemic racism and a variety of other things that I think he and his department have been working very hard on over the last couple of years. So I'm asking for this resolution to be passed. I guess alongside of that, Pam, I heard this morning that you had met with each of those every 2 hours. Is that correct? Every 2 hours you were there, or but there was about 8 or 9 sessions that you went through. Yeah, that's amazing. So I'd be interested to know if you heard anything in those communications about their concerns or support for this resolution and what we're trying to accomplish.
I'm happy to respond to that. I did meet with each of the shifts during their briefing time. There were 4 on Monday of last week and 4 on Friday, 9:15, 12:15, 5:15, and then 9:15 again at night. There certainly are issues with the deputies. Frankly, the resolution was not, it was not they didn't talk about that a lot. My message was support, and I took my support to them, but also let them know that the entire commission was in support. And I talked about the fact that we've supported the body-worn cameras, the public safety, we're all in support of the Espd, which we voted for today. So there was a lot of that discussion. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions about personnel issues, as you would expect. I did address the Reimagine issue, but the way I framed it up was that Reimagine, the defunding piece, is a piece of a lot of other issues that are brought forward by Reimagine Oregon, and as we support other groups that have a wide variety of issues, this is one. I also said we didn't support that. And I will call out that another piece that I talked to them about is that we are continuing to work with Reimagine Oregon to request that piece come down off of their website. So that's moving forward. That said, I think that it's important for us to realize that the sheriff's department certainly has their issues, their concern, and like I said, they were around some personnel issues, personnel policy issues, other pieces. But there are other departments as well that are feeling a lot of pain during this time. So I just bring that up as well. I am going to be voting in favor of the resolution, and I appreciate, Commissioner Willie, the changes that you made to move it into a more positive approach. Instead of saying we resolved not to do something, what we were going to resolve to do. I also had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Carr about it a bit, and I'm comfortable with the position that it will leave the commission in. So with that said, I will be voting in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Well, and too, thank you, Pam, for all those meetings. I didn't even know we could do that. So that's pretty amazing to spend that amount of time. So I'd say kudos to you for certainly reaching out and getting that information.
Before you think it was a huge amount of time, I just want to point out that it was supposed to be about 5 to 10 minutes at the beginning of their shift. There was plenty of conversation, and I've had some feedback by email post that. So it ended up being about 20 to 30 minutes. So it wasn't, I don't want to leave the impression that, it was a bigger deal than it was. It was more about communication. I've spent time over my course being a commissioner with the Sheriff's Department. I support the work that they do, as we all do. And it was an interesting opportunity to learn, what's on their mind. But I did talk about support of things like vaccinations. I talked about support of their safety, and that to me is a part of that. So back to you.
No, it's always good to get direct information back. So that's all I was saying. So thank you for that. So with that, any other questions or comments, or we could move ahead?
I have a couple. I followed the difference between the proposed resolution on January 4th and this resolution, specifically on line 12 on page 118 of 1118 of 1119. I want to ask a question about a particular line. It's on the second page of the resolution, line item number 9. And it goes with a whereas that reads, whereas the board finds that defunding the Washington County Sheriff's Office would not help to further that goal and instead lead to the similar negative impact on public safety and increase in violent crime as seen in other jurisdictions across the nation. I would like to propose the insertion of one word between that goal and instead, I'd like to propose adding the word may, because it is not a foregone conclusion that in Washington County, one thing would lead directly to another. And I just want to make sure that we're not misleading our public in any way. It may not, and there's all kinds of range in between. That's all.
I don't see a problem with doing that, and I get where you're going with that, Chair. We have seen locally negative impacts on public safety, but I don't have a problem with inserting that word in there if that would help in your support of this resolution.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, it would.
Okay.
It would indeed. As I just indicated, I will vote for this, but I do have some comments to make, and I don't know if you want me to make them now or before there is a motion to adopt the resolution now modified.
Well, you're still chair. You're still leading this, so
okay.
you can
right.
make comments whenever you want to, and you just give me the sign, and then I'll make the motion. How's that?
Okay. All righty. Well, thank you, Commissioner Trees, for acquainting us with the opportunity of commissioners attending the shift changes. I know that you have had a close working relationship with Al Roque, and I know I'm not going to get his title proper. So I mean no disrespect by not knowing what his rank is. My apologies. So it's nice to know there's another avenue there. I want to start my comments with wanting to acknowledge that we're in a particularly difficult point in time. We have a period of time where there's been social tension and multiple years of operating as a public agency during a time of COVID. And that is on top of the social ills with underinvestment of years with such things as poverty, drugs, really awful stuff in our community. And our community's not been immune. Now, one of the reasons why I'm acknowledging that is because our public safety departments, all of them, but especially our frontline deputies, they see it day in and day out. And that has quite an effect. An operation during these past 2 years of COVID has been very trying for them. And we don't quite have a crystal ball that tells us it will ease up. We also know that Washington County community members want to be safe. I certainly know this, and it is certainly well documented. And as my colleagues have represented, we have been investing in that safety because Washington County voters have also enabled us to invest in safety. It's already been noted here, particularly by Commissioner Treese's comments about how we've gone about doing that. And our employees have had the opportunity to see that, feel it, know it. And yes, to all of them, your work is hard. So the underlying premise of this resolution is this phrase, defund the police. And your Washington County board, at least the board forms that I've been on as chair, has never embraced that expression. What we have embraced is the need to take the burden of your being the first line defense or solution for so many community, social, and human needs, to change that, to seek alternative funding and alternative techniques so that you don't have to deal with it as much as you have had to date. And we will continue those efforts. But I also want to make it clear that I believe in the principle that I may not agree with someone's words, such as the phrase defund the police, but I defend your right to say them. I absolutely believe in that principle, which is why this resolution has over the last couple of weeks troubled me, but it has improved. And as such, I will vote to ensure that the employees of that one department have received a strong signal from us that they are looking for. And I also ask that all of our departments continue to endeavor to deliver on excellence in public service, knowing that we're trying to do our jobs too. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Commissioner Treese.
Two quick things. It is Chief Deputy Alroque, so I didn't interrupt you, and I just clarified that. So it is Chief Deputy Alroque, and my monthly meetings with him have really been very helpful for me in understanding a lot of issues. I would also encourage all of us, if you have the time, the inclination, to attend these deputy briefings. They haven't seen commissioners in that capacity for a very long time. So it was hugely beneficial to me, but I also think it helps us bridge relationships or build relationships, and that's what's important to me as well. So that's all.
Yep, invitations matter. Yep.
Okay, so if you're ready for the motion, Chair. Okay, I'd like to move that we approve the Washington County resolution in support of public safety.
Including with the word may.
Yes, I'm sorry, as modified.
Okay,
thank you.
Terrific.
Sorry.
All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand. Thank you. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 4-0. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the end of the action agenda for today. Next, we have public comment. Clerk Moss, do we have anyone who wishes to testify with us at this time for 5 minutes?
Correct. for 5 minutes, Madam Chair. We have one person who was going to be at the beginning, but has hung on there with us. So Cynthia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you
Please
hear me?
go ahead. Yes, we can. Please go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am Cynthia Christophany, and I live in Bower Woods in unincorporated Washington County. And my prime reason for speaking is to urge this board to reject the vote of the Garbage and Recycling Advisory Committee, which denied Ridwell a bid to continue recycling in my part of the county. I assume all of you know about Ridwell. I've actually written to all of you about it, and you've probably heard from many others as well, but it is an innovative company which offered services of recycling items that our garbage haulers do not take. And I've been very grateful for the service. So I was appalled to learn recently that the government had voted to outlaw their recycling, even though the garbage haulers do not recycle the items that I have been giving them. And I first wondered how this could have happened. So I waded through the county website and discovered the Garbage and Recycling Advisory Committee, which was totally unknown to me and probably to most of the citizens of Washington County. So I watched all the meetings on video and I noticed several things. First of all, most of the discussion took place at meetings with fewer than the full number of members. The committee is supposed to have 10 members, one of whom represents the garbage haulers and one of whom is a non-voting representative of the county. Only 5 members were present for most of the discussion meetings. Even more imbalanced, 2 garbage hauler representatives, not 1, were present. And one of these is actually the regional director of the Oregon Refuge and Recycling Association and a registered Oregon lobbyist, hardly somebody who speaks for us in the general public. The final vote was taken at a specially scheduled meeting rather than the usual meeting of the GRAC. And although 1 new member was added by that time, and he actually had the courage to vote against the in crowd, as did 1 other public member who truly attempted to speak for us, the others did not. Only 6 members actually ended up voting, and 2 of the members who voted were representatives of the garbage haulers, which means that only 4 rather than 8 members of the public actually voted in that vote. No member of the general public spoke at the meeting, and I assume that's because, like me, they were totally ignorant of the committee's existence, never mind that it might take a vote to deprive us of a service that we cherish. Even if the vote met the letter of the law, which I doubt, it certainly did not meet the spirit of the law. The committee did not represent me, and if there was any attempt to engage the community, I'm unaware of it. The real message is that Washington County residents want to recycle responsibly. The government should be encouraging, not prohibiting, private companies from offering services that the government has not. I've read multiple angry comments on Nextdoor from my fellow citizens who are equally angry at this vote. I hope most of them have also written to you. If the garbage haulers or the government want to improve their recycling services, I applaud that. I would welcome it. I noticed that there is a Metro 2030 regional waste plan. That's 2030. I also am aware of Oregon Senate Bill 582 talking about recycling. And here's what they say about plastics. By 2039, 25% or more of plastic should be recycled, 50% by 24, and by 2050, we should be all the way up to 70%. That's decades from now. In the meantime, Ridwell is here, or at least it was until this vote happened. Now it's not here for me. I do not understand why a private company can be deprived of this service when our local garbage haulers who have an apparent monopoly on recycling do not provide it. I've been happy with Ridwell. We customers sort and put specially cleaned items into the bags they supply. They take them away and they do recycle them responsibly. A representative of Ridwell did speak at all of those committee meetings, and he was very clear that Ridwell would be perfectly happy to abide by any regulations relating to safety, transparency, equity, or responsible disposal of materials. I do not understand why Washington County government, unlike Portland, did not immediately revise its code to make that possible. So I encourage you, please do not allow this obscure committee's possibly illegal vote to deprive conscientious would-be recyclers of the opportunity to do that in Washington County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you've had the opportunity to see that when we reconvene in work session today, we will be having a meeting with our team on recycling collection services. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Would any other members of the public wish to provide public comment to the board for up to 5 minutes? Please raise your hand if you would like to do so. Not seeing any additional hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Clerk Moss. Ordinarily, I would do board announcements for future meetings. I do know that next Tuesday is January 25th, and we will have a work session in the afternoon, followed by a board meeting in the evening. I did not see a board schedule in the packet that I had downloaded previously, but we will pick back up with our usual round of board meetings on Tuesday, February 1st, following by with a work session in the morning, a board meeting in the morning, and work session likely reconvening in the afternoon, a roundtable on February 3rd, board meetings on February 8th, specifically work session in the morning, board meeting in the morning, work session continuing after that. The 15th, I believe, will be work session only. And then February 22nd, we'll have a board meeting, work session in the afternoon, board meeting in that evening. And I do want to highlight that in the month of February, Monday, February 21st is a holiday, President's Day, and the agency will be closed that particular day. Are there any other corrections to what I said on board announcements, just in case I didn't do it justice?
No, you did a great job, Madam Chair. The only addition, the board will be participating in the House District 30 appointment process that most likely will take part the first part of February, and we will get dates and information on that.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much for the heads up on that, Clerk Moss. Yeah, first week of February. Maybe we'll be able to take some of the time we ordinarily reserve on our calendars for roundtable meetings that Thursday for it. But we'll see. I know he'll practice the art of the possible. Are there any other board announcements? As I mentioned in our work session, I will be away on family matters starting tomorrow, Wednesday, the 19th through Monday. I leave you in very capable hands with Vice Chair Willie. I have no concerns, but if for whatever reason the sky falls and a special meeting is needed, know that I will have my work laptop and cell phone should I be called into service for whatever reason. No worries. I'm particularly concerned about my return flights. Given the way air travel has been going on as of late, I'm planning for to be prepared should there be any untoward delays, so that I can zoom in from wherever I may be physically located. So there you have it. All right, seeing no other board announcements. Oh yes, Ms. Angie.
Oh, I was just going to, before we moved on, just touch base quick on the work session this afternoon. Staff have moved out the Metro Parks and Nature Bond measure item for a future date, just because of the length of today's meeting already. So just wanted to share that information with the board.
Thank you. So what we will do is, I believe our staff needs a little bit of time to close down this meeting and get the next one set up. Ms. Angie, let me put my glasses back on. It's about 2:54. If you could give us a target time frame.
We can start at 3:05.
Okay, 3:05. We do have a different Zoom link to use to pick back up in work session. And we'll continue on with the work session on the recycling collection services. And then we have an executive session. And that's my understanding of the remaining time for us this afternoon. We all set on that or any? Okay, Terrific. Well, with that, do we have a motion to adjourn today's business meeting? We have a motion from Commissioner Rogers, a second from Commissioner Treese. All those in favor, please vote by raising your hand. Thank you, commissioners. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously 4-0. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.